live from the Mountain America Center in Idaho Falls. This is Fierce Fighting Championship 39, presented by R&R Barbecue. Hi everyone, Blake O'Rulian alongside Fierce FC Amateur Bantamweight Champion David Kim. And David, back in the Gem State with a 15-fight heater, topped off by two of the best heavyweights in the entire country.
I am so excited for tonight. Honestly, as I was driving up here, I couldn't stop but think about all of the different fighters on this card. There's championship fights, pro fights, debuters, some amazing people coming out to fight.
Massive show, 11 amateur, 4 professional. Vandera, the Fierce FC heavyweight champion, seeks a second title defense and a 5th consecutive win. Curry looks to bag a 7th straight victory tonight.
If you guys are fans of the UFC, PFL, or other major promotions, these guys should be on a show like that. This is going to be one of the most high-level MMA fights in the region.
2 amateur titles precede the pro slate as well. Jason Ergel eyes his first title defense opposite Tyler Call. Meanwhile, the top light heavyweight in the country in Sterling Rich versus Utah's best bet in Drake Anderton.
Both of the championship fights, it's 2 guys from Agima that are training partners going against other top prospects in the country. Both of those fights are going to really show who the top dogs are in the amateur division.
Got a little bit of time before we get things started. Jackson Hoops will be in the cage, our cage announcer as always. But before that, David, I want to talk a little bit about some over-unders. Over or under 1 full round between Luis Cortez and Ruben Roundstone tonight.
Oh, no. I would probably say under. Those 2 guys are so fun to watch. I know if you guys don't know either of them, they're just wild to watch. Ruben Roundstone, I have never seen a heavyweight pull or jump guard before. Like, they're crazy. So, yeah.
All right, true. Under. Oh, go ahead. I apologize.
Oh, under. Yeah, under.
True or false, the winner of Jared Vandera versus Jordan Curry is headed to the UFC with a win tonight.
I think this could be true, honestly. Both of these guys are on win streaks. Nobody wants to fight them. Zach Partridge and the team at Fierce was able to get both of these guys together. Super exciting. Yeah, I bet these guys are going to be on top.
Title eliminator headlining the prelims, Lane Dalton or Alan Aragon will be next for the Fierce FC amateur welterweight champion in Dosam Leon. How do you see a fight with either of those guys playing out with a guy like Dosam?
Well, both of those guys have a very high grappling pedigree, Dalton being a judo national champ, Alan being a collegiate wrestler. So I think that no matter who wins tonight, it is going to be a very grappling-heavy transaction.
What was your thoughts on the Dosam Leon versus Christian Reese fight?
That fight was super shocking. You know, Christian Reese is honestly one of the top amateurs in the entire country, and he's been fighting since he was like in diapers. And so to see him lose like that was very shocking, and I think everyone in the arena, it got real quiet.
We've heard that Dosam Leon actually will be in-house here tonight to see a potential future matchup. Maybe see him in the cage as well. Your thoughts on that, David?
Yeah, we need to get Zach Partridge right now. Bring him over to the side. We're bringing that kid in the cage to hype up the next fight for sure.
An interesting one about that, too. Lane Dalton faced Dosam Leon back in the day. Got a win over the now champion of 170 pounds.
Oh, interesting. Was that at, do we know if that was at welterweight as well?
It was at welterweight, yes.
Interesting. Yeah, I actually did not know that. So, yeah, kind of a rematch if that is what happens potentially. That would be really sick to see. All
right, fact or fiction, we see some more striking from Pac Jiu-Jitsu's Spencer Woodland after a year-plus layoff.
Normally I would probably say so, especially, as a grappler myself, you often want to go in there and prove yourself, but a year layoff, that can kind of take its toll, and sometimes you naturally go back to your natural tendencies.
All right, buy or sell. Sterling Rich with a win will go pro after tonight. He's currently 8-1 with a 6th straight title fight commencing tonight.
I mean, I'm buying it. I don't think you can really find many other fights once you're 9-1, right?
Going to be a good one at 2:05. The card crammed with competitive matchups. Let's get the ball rolling. First time tonight, here's Jackson Hoops.
Fierce fans, for those of you tuning into the pay-per-view, and for those of you here in attendance at the Mountain America Center in Idaho Falls, Idaho, welcome to Fierce Fighting Championship. Tonight's event is sanctioned by the Idaho State Athletic Commission with Commissioner Ryan Lanham in attendance. Dr. Cabot Murdoch is also cage-side this evening, along with timekeeper Mike Stone and scorekeeper James Manderscheid. The judges for the evening are Tom Supnet, Dan First, Steve Farragher, and Tim Turner, and the referees in charge when the fights begin will be Tyler Tomlinson and Dave Selyestead. Fierce fans, we are moments away from the first fight of the evening, but at this time we ask that you please rise and remove your caps as we honor our country with the singing of our national anthem. Please welcome an extremely talented vocalist, Andrea Woodmansey.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Make some noise for Andrea Woodmansey. Hold on a second. We made it on the Jumbotron finally. February 10th of 2024, Andrea and I met while we were working the fights at Fierce Fighting Championship 30. She came up to me and she said, I just want to watch the fights, and asked, can I sit next to you? So I answered, yeah, I did. Andrea, the Fierce family loves you. My family loves you. Your family sitting right over there loves you. Your kiddos, Asher and Avon, love you. I love you. All in. Full focus. Forever. Andrea Lee, my best friend, will you marry me? You got a microphone.
For real this time? Yes.
All right, we got to get some fights going. All right. We'll keep going. Love you. Fierce fans, now we have arrived at what you all came here to see. 30 mixed martial artists, 15 total fights, including 3 title fights for 1 Fierce Fighting Championship evening. So Fierce fans, let the fighters in the back know that you are here. Blow the roof off the Mountain America Center and put your hands together and make some noise! the evening is sponsored by the Fierce Fighting Championship app. Get access to the Fierce Fighting Championship event library as well as exclusive event discounts, promo codes, prizes, and more by downloading the Fierce Fighting Championship app right now. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome our very first two fighters to the cage, Brock Adams and then Dustin Jones.
A massive congratulations to Jackson Hoops as well as Andrea Woodmansee. Absolutely love having them a part of the Fierce team. But cutting the curtain tonight is Brock Adams. David, he says he hates losing more than he likes winning. Lots of questions set to become answers for him in a matter of moments.
So oftentimes as fighters come in for their first fight, you know, they're debuters, you don't really know what to expect. But as someone who trains with Brock Adams, let me tell you, and obviously what happens in the gym stays in the gym, but this kid is ready for war. You should see the punches he lands on some of my teammates. It's impressive. Began training nearly a year and a half ago, and an all-out natural from your point of view, a football and basketball player leading into the MMA career. Excited to see what he has to prove here in the amateur debut. Yeah, I mean, he's a complete talent, just so talented. Always seems to happen at Idaho. Looks as though Dustin Jones might not be primed just yet to make the walk, still awaiting him. Yeah, we see Zach Partridge, going back there to see what's going down. And David, I will say there have been plenty of moments like this here specifically in Idaho Falls. The first or second fights of the night have a little bit of a delayed start than usual, but we still got Brock Adams in the cage, so we might as well be talking about him. Yeah, I mean, sometimes I heard something, there were some rumors about maybe hands weren't being wrapped or something, so sometimes there's delays. We got coaches and spectators now looking into the back trying to see what's going down, though. Dustin Jones awaits, but Brock Adams inside the cage right now. A winner at large, won a football state championship at Duchesne High School back in 2020 in the 2A class. Had 20 touchdowns in his football career as a running back. Wow, that's a lot. And obviously those running backs are some of the most athletic guys on the field. Let me say this about Brock, though. Such a humble person, so kind. Brock Adams went 4-2 in his first grappling tournament as a white belt last April. All of his wins were by submission. So we've talked a little bit about the striking ability, but also has some competency on the ground. Yeah, no, I remember the first time he came to Agima, Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, and he was just so chill, cool as a cucumber, but out of nowhere just became such a talent on the mats. Flanked with Team Lionheart in between him, signing on short notice, and back at the Mountain America Center is Dustin Jones. David, walk number 8 tonight, but backed by over a decade of MMA experience. Yeah, we often talk about how, fighting's just a part of your life, and maybe your life moves on, and maybe you have a 9-to-5 job, you're doing different things, you're not 19 anymore, and you don't have all the time in the world, but it's one thing that you still are passionate about. I'm very excited to see Dustin get back in the cage after that type of a layoff.
made his debut 12 years ago in Arkansas. Fierce FC 2 alum fought Carson Craig in what was one of the greatest fights in Fierce history, according to Fierce president Cody Bunderson.
Yeah, that's crazy. Back
In 2016, an 11-year age gap between these two as well. Last time we saw Dustin Jones was in the summer of 2023. Fell in that fight in just 21 seconds. Let's go ahead and pull up that tail of the tape. Dustin Jones plays senior in this one. He is 13 years older than his counterpart. The 4-inch height edge sides with Adams. Jones sits significantly under the lightweight rim at 150.5 pounds. 1-6 the record of Jones. First time for Brock Adams. With that, let's kick it back to the man engaged in the cage, Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by the Fierce Fighting Championship app. This fight is an amateur lightweight bout scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner. Making his amateur debut, he stands 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing in at 154.5 pounds. Fighting out of Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, hailing from Duchesne, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Brock Adams! And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 1 win and 6 losses. He stands 5 feet 6 inches tall and weighing in at 150.5 pounds. Fighting out of Team Lionheart MMA, hailing from Idaho Falls, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Dustin Jones!
Dustin Jones kicks things off for us in the red tape. Breaking in the small gloves is Brock Adams in the blue. This amateur lightweight bout is brought to you by the new Fierce FC app, home for Fierce FC content, full fights, podcasts, and immediate reactions. Available exclusively on the Fierce FC app. Tyler Tomlinson, first of 8 assignments for him here tonight. Utah veteran as Brock Adams opens
he's
up
already
top.
throwing.
Down! Oh! Sits him down and shuts him off. Brock Adams with the flashy first-round finish.
It's over, ladies and gentlemen. It's over with the backflip.
Out cold as Brock Adams splashes onto the scene. What a way to open up the amateur career.
And Brock just came to the cage saying, let's go. Wow. Bright future for this kid.
Replay queued up, presented by R&R Barbecue. David, not a whole lot to look at.
I mean, just watch. Does that not look like a blue chip prospect to you?
You praised his power, his natural abilities. Hasn't been training for more than 18 months, but just did that to a guy who's been training for over a decade.
Dude, if you guys looked on my Instagram story, I said, watch for Brock Adams.
Got it one more time. If we could get it a little bit slower, a beautiful combination thrown by the Agima lightweight. Gets it done in quick fashion.
Wow. Just look at swinging his body back and forth. So much power in that shot.
Quick report. Got the camera right now on Brock Adams, but Dustin Jones is up on a stool. Seems to be getting his wits about him. Was out cold for quite a little bit of time, but able to get back up to his feet. Happy to see that as well, David.
Yeah, we wish obviously the best for every fighter, and safety is important. But yeah, he just wasn't ready, honestly, and I wonder how much the delayed, and it was a weird situation, him coming out, kind of strange. I don't know if that played a part into him maybe not being ready. I don't know.
Brock Adams all smiles alongside Dana Ristazabal and Court McGee. He's about to get his hand raised. We'll get the official timestamp right now with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, referee Tyler Tomlinson has called a stop to this contest at 7 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by knockout, Brock Adams. Go ahead, Joby.
Come on, check this out. check this out.
Scan the QR code on your screen right now for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk tonight, as well as additional information on future shows. So Brock Adams records a 7-second finish, and David, off the top of my head, 5 seconds is the fastest finish of all time in Fierce Fighting Championship history. He now takes home the silver medal in that category.
I mean, regardless of that, in your debut, 7-second knockout in your debut.
What do you think that does for the trajectory moving forward?
Well, I think they're going to definitely have to find him some opponents that are not afraid of him at this point. But no, Brock, like I told you guys a little bit earlier, Brock is the real deal blue chip prospect.
A memorable way to start the amateur career. Got Zach Campbell and Chris Ventura looking to follow it up right now.
Fierce fans, our second fight of the evening is sponsored by the Fierce Fighting Championship merch booth. For all your Fierce Fighting Championship shirts, hats, hoodies, and other merchandise, stop by the Fierce Fighting Championship merch booth this evening. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Chris Ventura and then Zach Campbell to the cage.
Back where it all began, enter Chris Ventura. David, a quick conclusion to the last one, but certainly a guy with all the intangibles to get his hand raised tonight.
Yes, speaking of blue chip prospects, do not let the record sway you or tell you a different story. This kid is super uber talented. He is such a great striker, and he has great grappling too. Just sometimes makes some mistakes, which he'll come back from, I'm sure.
A blue belt in jiu-jitsu. Last time we saw him here, it was originally thought to be a TKO in the first round, but was ruled a no contest due to a knee that allegedly landed to the head of his opponent, which is not permitted at the amateur level. Probably some flashbacks of that tonight.
Honestly, Blake, that was to the chest. His opponent had a big bruise on his chest. He was definitely not throwing that illegally.
That is the one no contest under the name of Chris Ventura. Grew up on the football field and basketball court. Made the transition to combat sports later on, nearly 5 years at this point, over at Rise Boxing and other gyms in the state of Utah.
Yeah, he's with Marcos Sanchez, Mary Gwen, and trains with us at Agima as well. Super talented kid. We'll see if he can get in the win column tonight and get his first one.
Jovi, we can go to the next one.
Sights set on another W. Enter Zach Campbell. David, a guy who will stand and strike with the best of them, perfectly placed in front of another fun foe in Chris Ventura.
Yeah, this kid is a real striker. He's actually won a fight with a back kick, which is an extremely athletic and challenging technique. So I'm expecting this to be a really good striking matchup between these guys. Yeah, very excited to watch.
That stellar spinning back kick in the debut, a 63-second first-round finish. But some new in this third walk for him. First fight without shin pads. Also his first fight outside of the state of Washington.
Yeah, just depending on what state you're fighting, and they have different rules. And in Idaho here, there's no shin pads, no headgear, nothing like that. The real MMA gloves, that can be a big factor. So we'll have to see how it affects him in this fight.
All right, tail of the tape powered by R&R Barbecue. 24 for Ventura, the older man by 4 years. Well under the lightweight limit is Zach Campbell at 153.5. 1-1, the record of the Idaho fighter. Ventura seeks his first official victory.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by the Fierce Fighting Championship merch booth. This fight is an amateur lightweight bout scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyestead. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 0 wins, 1 loss, and 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing in at 156 pounds. Fighting out of Rise Boxing and Classic Fight Team, hailing from West Valley City, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Chris Ventura! And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 1 win and 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing in at 153 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of BPI Fighting Systems, hailing from Post Falls, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Zach Campbell!
Zach Campbell eyes another flashy finish in the red gloves. Visiting is Chris Ventura in the blue. This amateur lightweight bout is brought to you by the Fierce FC merch booth. Get 10% off when you purchase tickets to FFC 40 on April 11th, live in Salt Lake City. Dave Selyestead, first assignment of 7 here tonight at the Mountain America Center, live from Idaho Falls. Second of 15 here.
I love how Chris just took the middle of the cage.
Go ahead.
Yeah, his ability to just cut that cage off is really impressive. You'll kind of see how he's holding on. His right foot's on the edge every single time, and he's keeping his opponent on the cage. Chris is.
Saw a lot of that in the debut. Lots of confident striking by him. Moves so well, hits pads beautifully. As Zach Campbell closes in the distance, trying to get under the hips.
Yeah, we'll see if he can take him down here. Chris is pretty tough on the cage, I will admit. Almost another knee to the face.
I was just about to say, able to knee his way out of that one. Got a little high, luckily hit the chest.
Maybe Chris should just be a pro, honestly. Let him do that.
Back to the wrestling we go. Campbell shoots in for another. Ventura able to sprawl, but now backed up against the cage, punishes over the top.
Yeah, it looks like Campbell, maybe something that Chris is doing is making him uneasy, and so he's going to that grappling now. Looks like Chris is just staying real patient. Let's see if he can keep his feet tight to that cage wall. Wants to make sure that he doesn't get sucked away from that cage.
Campbell's been able to land 1 takedown in his amateur career thus far. 1-1, the record for him.
And if you're watching on TV, you'll notice Chris does some little strikes. Those things add up and they hurt.
Lightning fast,
beautiful
layered attacks. Beautiful straight down the pipe for the Park City fighter. Bidding for an uppercut there, was a little bit offline.
Campbell took a big breath. You can see he's kind of woken up.
Back into the wrestling we go. Campbell likely watched the second fight in which Chris Ventura was nearly taken down and then submitted.
Yeah, but Chris is just doing a phenomenal job of defending right here. Mixing in both knees and punches, both on the cage and off.
Certainly something he's filled in those gaps since September in his last walkout in Bear Lake. Dropping down once again.
Beautiful strikes. Look at that hook.
Ventura able to catch him on the way down. Privy to a lot of these grappling attacks.
Yeah, it looks like Campbell's coming back. He's trying to hold his own in there, make sure that he doesn't get taken advantage of.
Campbell dives over the top, now bidding for another takedown attempt, trying to peel Ventura off, able to finally land it.
I really respect Campbell's consistency and perseverance, honestly, with those takedowns. He shot 5 before he finally got one.
Ventura nearly gave up his back, then turned back his shoulder. Seeing a little bit of what we saw a few months ago, which led to the rear naked choke loss.
Yeah, we'll see if he's improved since then, which it looks like he has.
Always calm and cool in the lead-ups to fights is Chris Ventura.
Yeah, he needs to be careful with those knees, but they look good.
Piling on the punches late round 1. Ventura able to evade the grappling attacks once again of Campbell. Interesting first round, David.
That was really interesting, honestly, because Campbell can strike, but yeah, definitely turned that into a grappling match. And Chris shows that he's definitely improved on the cage. You could kind of see he had that big split squat stance. He wasn't exposed too much. He was able to land some strikes and reverse them as well.
Over in the corner, Chris Ventura, in his first 2 fights, he's averaged just 1 minute and 14 seconds of cage time. Zach Campbell got a little bit more tread on his tires, went to a decision in his last walk 11 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, and obviously sometimes you can't control things that happen in the cage, or maybe you make a mistake. But I do know that both of these guys, I'm sure, train a lot and have a lot of time on the mats.
Talking a little bit about Zach Campbell, he does have devastating striking. We've seen it. We talked about it. Had a couple of knockdowns in his debut, but right now seeing a lot more wrestling from him.
Yeah.
Maybe something that Chris Ventura wasn't expecting, but it seems as though he's been well studied up on it.
Yeah, I think maybe he kind of feels the power, but he was showing it at the very end of that round, so maybe he can kind of switch things up and try to make it a fist fight.
Top of round 2, brought to you by the Fierce FC merch booth. Zach Campbell, the local, out of here in Idaho.
Oh, Campbell looks tired.
Right back
A great shot, though.
to his bread and butter is Campbell. Ventura able to separate the hips once again. Another knee goes up, David.
Yeah, that was close. He needs to be careful, but those do look sharp. Looks like he hit him in the body a few times. Campbell's starting to have a hard time breathing. Beautiful striking from him, though. Both of these guys.
Ventura cracked him with that one, moved him back a little bit. Campbell goes back to another attempt to take down Ventura.
Yeah, one key thing is you can't be shooting while looking down. You got to keep your eyes up. I'd like to see Campbell kind of reset this situation, maybe use his striking a little bit to keep Chris off, and then go back to the wrestling if he can.
Campbell looking to drive on that leg, pushes back the Utah fighter once again. Ventura looked up to maybe look at the clock just a few moments ago.
Yeah, also looks like he's trying to listen to his coaches, Dane and Marco, in the corner over there.
Dropped a devastating blow. Now Campbell.
Wonderful control.
Chris Ventura putting together a lot of productive offense right now.
Yeah, this is not a good place for Mr. Campbell. He needs to move, kind of shrimp away, use the cage to kind of push him off and create space.
Picking his shots well over in the corner of BPI Fighting Systems.
Yeah, if I'm Chris, I'm definitely just taking my time. There's no rush, but I do want to keep the pressure on him. I just don't want to lose the position. So if I was Ventura, I would really focus on isolating and striking.
Non-stop output by him right now.
Yeah, he's landing some heavy shots here.
Couple more battering shots land. Campbell
He is
trying to keep himself upright.
naked choke. Campbell's sliding. Oh, he got out.
Ventura moves over to the mount. The windows continue to stay open for him.
And Chris is using a great job of using those kind of underhooks, half Nelson-like control positions to keep him down.
Covering up the face a little bit, making it uncomfortable in those closed quarters.
You know, honestly, I do the same thing because oftentimes if you cover the mouth, you can get their hands to move.
Dave Sellistead calling for some more movement out of Campbell. Ventura continues to wax it on heavy.
Yeah, this could be over soon if Zach can't get out.
Compromise spot, just about 10 ticks to go, round 2.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Zach Campbell right now. But I am very impressed with the patience of Chris.
Lots of strikes thrown, lots landed as well. Dominant as can be in round 2 for Chris Ventura, cruising right now.
Yeah, I mean, if I were a judge, I'd definitely have this 2-0 potentially. I mean, yeah, I think Campbell's going to have to pull something out of his hat to come back in this fight.
Over in the corner of Chris Ventura, what's he been doing specifically, David, that is making him widen the gap?
Well, I think there's a couple things. Rise Boxing's up in Park City, so they're at 6,000 feet of elevation. You can tell his cardio looked really, really good. He was constantly able to just keep throwing strikes. That's definitely the conditioning is a big part of it.
Over in the corner of Zach Campbell now, body language, what are you seeing, David?
Looking a little defeated, a little tired. This is a tough place to be as a fighter. I've been here before where you didn't really want to get off that stool, but you just got to keep fighting.
Dave Sellistead with some urgency, making sure fighters get up and out of the cage in those 60 seconds. No nonsense as always, as Dave Sellistead. Happy to have him up here in Idaho
Yes, sir.
Falls.
He's a veteran for sure.
Final 3 minutes here, 6 minutes down.
I mean, speaking of body language, just watching Chris kind of come right into the middle, right in his face, is just, it's a scary place to be for his opponent. But Campbell's coming back. I mean, maybe he's hitting a second win. That was a great head kick.
A little bit of pop on that shot for Campbell, but still moving backwards. Chris Ventura flooding the face of the Idaho fighter right now. Clips on the chin, but Campbell able to enter.
Well, this is the first time that he's actually brought Chris flat to his back. We'll have to see what happens from here.
Idaho crowd loving it. In the half guard is Ventura.
Yeah, and half guard can be a really good place to be if you're active and you're throwing strikes and as a pro elbows, but right now he's just kind of staying on top, controlling him. I'd really like to see Zach come over with some shots.
Ventura trying to find some frames right up against the broadcast booth.
Yeah, Ventura kind of just is looking to be patient, looking to see where he can wiggle some room, make some space, and get out.
Brightest moment of the fight so far for Campbell was nearly finished at the end of that second round, able to survive, and right now, the best he's looked through 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's great that he's on top, but he actually needs to do something with this or he might lose a decision. So I'd really like to see him kind of posture up, start landing some strikes, and kind of utilize that half guard to his advantage. And Chris looks like he's trying to come up, maybe expose his back, almost an armbar.
Ventura able to posture up. Campbell looked for potentially a triangle setup. Ventura able to evade, but still searching right now is Campbell.
Yeah, Chris is he's playing with some fire right now. He needs to definitely create some distance and defend himself for sure, because a submission, it could be over. If I'm Zach, I'd really want to start looking for those submissions, kind of have a little bit more urgency for sure. 45 seconds left on the clock.
BPI Fighting Systems corner pushing for a little bit more activity. Gonna need a finish, David.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to sweep him, which obviously you can try to get back on top, but you're looking for a submission at this point. Short time.
South of 30 seconds to go. Dave Selystead's going to stand this one up. Your thoughts, David?
Maybe he just didn't see a lot of strikes happening, that, you know, kind of a positional battle, but they're back up on their feet. See what happens.
Right back to it is Campbell, closing up near the hips. Ventura able to stay upright.
Yeah, if I'm Campbell, that probably wasn't the right choice with the time left, but, you know, you got to do what you got to do.
Waning seconds here as we will be subject to scorecards for the first time tonight. Chris Ventura, good first round and second round. However, third and final did go to Zach Campbell. Doesn't seem as though the body language messaging that he got it done. Ventura, the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, win or lose, you got to put your hands up, and obviously props to both of these fighters for an amazing fight. 9 minutes, grueling. If you've never done it before, you have no clue how tiring it is, so props to them.
No controversy, no wild finish early on in the fight, and it seems as though Chris Ventura is leading to his first ever win.
You know, we were kind of saying earlier, his record doesn't really show it, but he has been training for years, has some of the best coaches in the state in his corner, and he is really dedicated and disciplined, so really impressed with him and proud of him tonight.
Underrated aspect for him, his cardio, fresh throughout the entirety of those 9 minutes.
Yeah, Park City will do that to you, 6,000 feet.
Chris Ventura comes over to the broadcast booth, says he misses dancing for us. Certainly danced tonight, showed off a lot of his skills. His striking is with the best of them in the amateur ranks.
Yeah, no, he's definitely a prospect to look out for. Both his striking and grappling was on point tonight. His cage defense was so impressive compared to his last fight. Definitely has been improving since then.
Just got word from our man Jackson Hoops saying to stretch a little bit. The reason why, they do write out all the scorecards here. So you did mention that a little bit earlier, David. But that being said, going to be a little bit more time before we do get those scorecards. But happy to have the judges working overtime here in Idaho Falls. Brought a couple of them up from Utah as well.
Yeah, no, it's really cool as someone who fights in Utah. I'm seeing a lot of people from Utah that I know, some people from Idaho that I don't know. It's been cool meeting a lot of different people in the MMA world. You know, it's a small family for sure.
Happy to have David Kim, the Fierce FC Bantamweight champion, formerly amateur flyweight champion as well, the second only Fierce FC double champion ever, although Dante Morales did get it done just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, my teammate Dante, so proud of him. It was such an honor to have that belt for like a month and then give it to one of my buddies, Dante.
Pro debut seems to be next for David Kim, but right now we shift our focus back to the lightweights. Official cards in hand. We'll figure it out with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The judges score this contest 29-27, 29-27, and 30-26, declaring the winner by unanimous decision, Chris Ventura! All right, Joe.
Big show field backed by belts on the line, live from the Maverick Center in West Valley, Utah. This is Fierce Fighting Championship.
The pop when you come out here is so loud and it is so electric. Out cold! This is your house.
That right hand was nuclear. This place is going nuts. He's got that violent look on his face that I always love to see.
He makes his mark at the Maverick Center
to prop up the Utah MMA scene.
Scan the QR code on your screen right now for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk tonight, as well as additional information on future shows. So Chris Ventura finally gets the first strike in his win column. A couple more looking for a W themselves. Linnell Woodhouse alongside Riker Wood. We're ready to bring him out with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is sponsored by Larklean. For your affordable, sustainable, and ecological cleaning supplies, use promo code FFC10. That's promo code FFC10. A cleaner home for a cleaner earth starts here with Larklean. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Linnell Woodhouse and then Riker Wood to the cage.
Got it mixed up. Luke Sanders making his way out right now. He is fight number 4. Linnell Woodhouse and Riker Wood are slated for this one. A little bit of confusion on the side of the commission. David, for a second I was going, who on earth is that? I know for a fact.
Yeah, I was shocked too. I was like, wait a second.
Knowing for a fact that this was Linnell Woodhouse's walk to make right now. Luke Sanders coming up next.
And they're walking back, I guess. Some witchery in Idaho tonight.
Plenty of confusion going on right now here in Idaho Falls. So we did originally have Linnell Woodhouse making the walk alongside Riker Wood, but it seems as though they have been flip-flopped. Never seen this before, David, but Luke Sanders will be facing opposite Harrison Chandler for this one. Unsure of how that even happens.
Yeah, I have no clue what's going on, but it wouldn't be an MMA fight if there wasn't some intrigue, you know.
Always something in Idaho,
drama.
right?
Like I said, some witchery happening tonight in Idaho for sure.
Trying to figure out the logistics in terms of how this bout order was made and where things were misplaced. Commission has one way of the lineup. We have a different one.
Yeah, and I mean, if you guys have ever run a business or even had a job, you just got to be really impressed with what they do, but errors do happen, you know, and sometimes it's tough. There's so many moving parts to a promotion. Everyone thinks it's easy until they're running it.
Fierce fans, we got the cards swapped on this one. So we are going to bring out Luke Sanders and then Harrison Chandler. So Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome to the cage, Luke Sanders and then Harrison Chandler.
All right, up for another trip to the cage is Luke Sanders. David didn't get the nod in a razor-close decision last September versus an MMA veteran, but tonight the experience edge falls in his favor.
Yeah, I think in his last fight, it really did come down to the experience. But kind of like Chris, he went back to the drawing board. He's been training diligently up in Park City. He's come down to Provo to train with us. I think that Luke is ready for war.
Jumping from a 13-fight veteran versus Adam Easley to Chandler, who has just one bout, back in familiar territory for him with the 2-2 record.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just difficult, you know. Some people are so familiar with that cage, they've been in there a million times, right? And so when it's your turn to be the expert or the veteran, it's a breath of fresh air for sure.
Historically, a very effective grappler. Last fight was unable to mat Adam Easley. We'll see if he'll be able to do so versus Harrison Chandler.
Yeah, and honestly, this guy's tough all around, but his grappling especially is unique. So get ready for a good fight.
Second fight at 170 pounds, Luke Sanders awaits Harrison Chandler.
I'll check the remainder of the card.
Second walk all set up for Harrison Chandler. David, a grappling heavy style, but struggled in the control time battle last time out. He shedded 15 pounds for this return.
Yeah, I think this is a really good look for Harrison. Cutting down to a weight class, especially at this level where, you know, maybe you were sipping a few beers or eating a little bit too much and now you're kind of serious. You know how it feels to be in the cage. I expect to see a very different Harrison Chandler this time around.
Chandler didn't necessarily present an imposing grappling style in the debut, was taken down numerous times, but that is where so many of his attacks come from.
Well, you know, honestly, the first time you get in there and you're shocked to be in there, it's something you've never done. I'm hoping that he can adjust and really show some of his skills tonight.
All right, let's go ahead and pull up the numbers with these two welterweights. 8 years older and 2 inches taller is the Utah fighter Luke Sanders. Both corners of this one coming in under the welterweight confine. Chandler looks to land his first victory. Sanders set at 2-2. Unprecedented, David.
Yeah, that was weird.
The way in which this has all been presented. And I'm curious what the fighters were thinking, because the bouts online, everything has been saying fight 3, fight 4. But right now, time for Harrison Chandler alongside Luke Sanders as he enters the cage. Seems as though we're just about ready to get the gears turning. We'll go back inside to Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Larklean. This fight is an amateur welterweight bout scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 2 wins and 2 losses. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing in at 170 pounds. Fighting out of Rise Boxing and Classic Fight Team, hailing from Houston, Texas. Fierce fans, make some noise for Luke the Caveman Sanders. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 0 wins and 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 11 inches tall and weighing in at 169 pounds. Fighting out of Pack Jiu-Jitsu, hailing from Rexburg, Idaho, by way of Sydney, Australia. Fierce fans, make some noise for Harrison Chandler.
Back at the Mountain America Center is Harrison Chandler in the red gloves. Luke Sanders eyes a W in the blue. This amateur welterweight bout is brought to you by Underground Farm, Optimize your performance, recovery, and overall well-being with advanced peptide solutions. Use code FIERCE10 to get 10% off at Underground Farm. Underground Farm, an official sponsor of Fierce FC.
Almost ran over the ref right there.
Chandler
Wonderful takedown.
opens up hot. Sanders able to find his way to the top.
Yeah, that was a very impressive takedown. Really early, they're still dry. We'll see if Sanders can kind of do some ground and pound or submission potentially.
Not a spot in which he got any control time last time out as Chandler finds the reversal. Had a couple of those in the final round of his fight versus James Prescott last November here at the Mountain America Center.
That was a beautiful sweep. And that last fight was really, really crazy in the grappling department. So it's impressive to see this kind of go back and forth.
Round and around we go. Luke Sanders finds his way back to the top, now punishing to the body.
Yeah, just my quick observation, this really does look like it's going to be a grappling match, but the winner is going to be the person who can throw more strikes from the ground.
Harrison Chandler just competed last month in a grappling tournament in Salt Lake, been revolving the competition reps. He's won 10 of his last 13 matches.
It's pretty impressive. Sanders is just doing a great job of kind of staying on top. Like we were mentioning in an earlier fight, that half guard position can be really, really powerful if you're able to land strikes. But if you're not able to land them, then it's kind of just sitting on top, doing not much.
Sanders piling up the control time right now. What he's done so much throughout the start of his amateur career, a win by decision, also a win by submission back in August of 2022. It was his debut.
Yeah, there was a few sweeps back and forth, but he's doing a pretty good job now of controlling. Just turned him away from the cage so that he could have better control.
Nearing the 2-minute point of this one as Sanders throws a stiff shot from the top, and now loosening up the guard a little bit is Chandler as he takes some damage.
Yeah, those are some powerful shots. Looking for the sweep, though. Oh, and he takes the back. See if he can hold on to it.
Chandler able to peel off one of the hooks, and now back on top as they jockey for position back and forth.
Well, this is a pretty even matchup, honestly. With another sweep. Holy smokes.
Might be a record for the most that we've seen, but Sanders trying to open up some more targets. He lands another takedown as Chandler was trying to get up to his feet, David.
This just shows how great of a matchmaker Zach Partridge is. This is a very even, close matchup.
Sensational job by him as always. Got plenty more action here. Prelim coverage still to come. Chandler looking to lock up a guillotine right now, David.
That guillotine was tight, but Sanders was able to get out.
Heads out of the sand trap now for Sanders. Has had a lot of control time, but Chandler also had some big moments as we close out round one.
Yeah, that was literally back and forth. That was crazy.
Make some noise!
Interesting first 3 minutes between the two. David, your thoughts on maybe who's going to get the nod on that one? Effective grappling versus effective striking. More so just saw the grappling in that round, but your thoughts?
It was interesting watching both of them come up. Sanders looks like he won the round. He looks happy, whereas his opponent does not. His opponent was shaking his head. Yeah, that was not a good look from Harrison, honestly.
Spent a lot of time on bottom, and that's something that we talked about. Doesn't have that imposing style, but he does have the sweeps.
Yeah, and I think the main difference in that round specifically was the striking, like I mentioned. Harrison got on top a lot, but it was Sanders who was the one that was throwing all of the ground and pound from those positions.
Luke Sanders always had that sticky pressure. We saw it versus Adam Easley. The control time, however, was not enough in the eyes of the judges, but put together a little bit more offense in that one. Specifically, when he started throwing those punches, we saw a lot more scrambles near the tail end of that round.
Yeah, correct.
Tyler Tomlinson, third man in the cage once again. Learned a fun fact about him today. He has 10 MMA fights. Fought Tim Means back in the day in the early 2000s, David.
Wait, isn't he a heavyweight?
Early 2000s, David. You never know what was going on back then.
Pride never dies.
Sanders opens up with a ripping leg kick.
Yeah, and Sanders trains with Chris, who we just saw with wonderful striking. Both of these guys have, wow, wonderful spinning wheel kick right there.
Bit offline, hits air, but now closed in the distance is Sanders. Chandler trying to lock up the neck.
Oh, this is pretty tight. We'll see. Is it a Darce or an Anaconda choke from here?
Massive spot for Chandler. Lots of wind in his sails.
Yeah, Sanders really needs to fight that off, rotate, get his hips away.
In deep waters right now, David, what has Chandler got to do?
Chandler really just needs to sink this in. He's kind of falling into the guard. I'd like to at least see him get on top and kind of finish the position if he's not going to submit him from here. It looks like Sanders is kind of able to breathe, though it is tight. We'll see if he can transition this into a head and arm guillotine choke.
An awkward position for sure, but Luke Sanders able to mitigate the threat. Harrison Chandler now trying to grapevine those legs, lose any sort of structure for Sanders.
Yeah, this is big, getting to the mount, because both of these guys were so back and forth. Having somebody in the mounted position now, I think we're going to kind of see a change of the pace.
Nice movement by Sanders, but Chandler goes right back to where he was at a few moments ago.
And right as I say that, we see the tides turn once again. This is a great matchup.
Wow. Sanders dives for a dump, echoes through the Mountain America Center, but right back into a spot where Chandler is trying to put together some sort of a front headlock choke.
Looking for a sweep too, actually. Not surprised. I'll say this, though, as a fighter, when you get that big slam on that canvas, it is so sweet.
And not only that, but hearing the oohs and ahs from the crowd, always a big one for the audience.
Definitely gets your adrenaline going, for sure, as I would know.
David came with one of the flashiest takedowns I've ever seen. The first suplex ever seen at Fierce Fighting Championship back in 2022.
Oh, good memories.
Just about 35 seconds to go. Round two. Luke Sanders on top. Chandler's had some shiny moments, though, David.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a really tough one to judge. But once again, we see Sanders. He's the one actually landing the strikes from these grappling positions.
Sanders postured up for a moment to put together some punches. Chandler falls back to his back.
Tight guillotine. We'll see if he can finish it from here.
Seems to be over the chin. We can see it from where we're at in the booth, but not coming through on the screen. Tough spot to see it as we close out round two. Going to be interesting to see where the scores populate on these cards, David.
Yeah, that was a really tough one. If I were a judge to be judging, I will say that I kind of felt like I would give the edge to Harrison in that round just because he did get some really dominant positions, multiple submission attempts. But on the flip side, Sanders was the one doing more damage. So I guess we'll have to kind of see.
Hunched over in his corner with Pac Jiu-Jitsu is Harrison Chandler, headed to another third and final. Went to a unanimous decision last November as well.
Yeah, he's looking a little tired over here on the chair, but you never know. Sometimes you just need that break, and you pop back up, and you're ready to go.
We saw a little bit of that, a second wind from Zach Campbell in the third round when he was facing opposite Chris Ventura just a few moments ago. Luke Sanders seems to be sharp in between the ears, headed into the final frame.
Yeah, he's kind of looks like something might be bothering him a little bit, but he looks ready to go.
A little bit of wincing as you see on your screen right there.
Both of these guys have had a crazy high-paced fight, though.
Go ahead.
Love to see the sportsmanship.
Grappler's Delight right now, top of round three, brought to you by our friends over at Underground Farm. Both fighters in the black trunks. Chandler in the red gloves, Sanders in the blue.
These guys really are tit for tat. One knee one way, one knee the other way, both in the center. Honestly, this round could determine the entire fight.
Very well could be. 10-9s on both sides as a beautiful shot lands. Crisp for Chandler.
It's moving Sanders back. That was really powerful, kind of got his attention.
Some blood populating through the nostrils of Sanders. Chandler with a bullseye early round three.
Going for the head kicks too, and now swinging big, both of these guys.
Sanders lunged forward, missed the shot. Now closes in, trying to wrap up the Idaho fighter. Lots of blood starting to seep from that nose.
He's going back to the guillotine. I think Chandler thinks he can submit him from here. Felt it a few times. Needs to be careful with that head, though. And a great takedown from Sanders.
All bloodied up, veiled in it right now is Sanders on top, but dealing with another submission threat from the Pac Jiu-Jitsu welterweight.
See, this is really dangerous because the cage is actually in the way of Sanders moving to be perpendicular to his opponent, so he needs to find a way to get off of that cage, and the blood is just all over the place. Things might get a little bit messy here.
Also brings a lot of a slippery factor. The texture of blood, I have heard, is like soap almost, David.
Ew.
That's what I've heard. I don't know. You're the fighter.
I mean, ironically, I'm not the biggest fan of blood. I don't notice it in the moment. But, yes, it does make it really difficult to grapple. That's, sweating, all that stuff is really different.
When we've seen so much grappling pose, so many submission attempts, this might change the course of this fight. 45 seconds to decide it, as we might see some more scorecards here.
I mean, it's been close, but Sanders on top, landing strikes. I don't know. If I were a judge, this would be a real tough one.
Tough to see with the damage done as well, however. So many people always talk about that near the end of fights, but the overall totality of it, where do they prioritize the action?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's tough. Some people get cut really easy. Some people have already had a broken nose or something, so sometimes that can be a factor, but obviously if somebody's dominating on top, it won't matter too much.
Both guys wearing it well. Final seconds. Chandler trying to create something off the jump. Air horn blows as the two embrace in a great grappling match at 170 pounds.
That was a wonderful fight. 9 minutes of just blood and guts and pushing and takedowns and reversals back and forth, every which way, up and over. Yeah, that was wild.
Sanders puts his hands up. Harrison Chandler getting wiped down. Interesting matchup, David. Very interesting where the judges are going to take this one, given more so the visualization on both sides.
So, if I were a judge, I would say that this was a really, really close fight. There might have even been a tie in one of the rounds. Who knows? But I will say that just kind of the very end of each round, it seemed like Sanders was getting the better of his opponent. So I wonder if that does play a role, kind of that, hindsight or that short-term memory, right?
Luke Sanders alongside Marco Sanchez and Court McGee. We see them chatting alongside Harrison Chandler as they head over to congratulate each side of the corner. Lots of respect between the two.
No, I love the respect. I think that fighting's just such a tough sport. You got to respect anyone who hops in the cage and competes with you.
Sanders 1-1 when going to the decision. Chandler 0-1, although, as aforementioned, only has one fight under the resume. Latest win for Sanders was in December of 2023. Hoping to jump back into it here, but Harrison Chandler had a whole lot to say about that. Again, a little bit longer for these judges to fill out these scorecards, fully written out here in Idaho Falls, a little bit different than the way in which they're done in the state of Utah.
Yeah, this is a really nerve-wracking part as a fighter. It's really scary when you don't know how it's going to go, if you're going to get your hand raised or not. This is kind of the anticipation you're waiting for.
Not only that, but what about the reading of the scorecards from Jackson Hooks?
Yeah.
Does that up the nerves as well?
It can be scary, especially if you're unsure, right? Sometimes you just know, right? You land on top, you finish on top, but sometimes you don't, and you never know.
All right, questions set to become answers. With that, we'll go to Jackson Hooks.
Bears fans, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Judge Supnet scores this contest 29-28 for Sanders. Judge Dan first judges this contest 29-28. Harrison Chandler. And Judge Turner scores this contest 30-27, declaring the winner by split decision. Out of the blue corner, Luke the Caveman Sanders.
All right, 2 weeks away from now, we'll be back in Salt Lake with a massive show coming to the Masonic Temple. We'll give you a quick look at that one before we come back with more action at Fierce Fighting Championship 39.
Man, I love watching Camp Mafaleo fight.
Pack the house with his fans here. Julian's as tough as they come. He's always looking for the next toughest challenge out there.
This is where you do not want to be with Camp Mafaleo. Teague Vigil!
Nico Broswell, crumbling combination thrown.
These last few fights have just been impressive.
I got a temple now, baby.
Scan the QR code to download the Right Move Utah app. Once downloaded, you will automatically be entered to win a VIP experience at FFC 40 on April 11th. 5 guests will receive dinner, Fierce FC swag, signed posters, and other prizes courtesy of Right Move Utah. All right, a couple of decisions. This one goes to Luke Sanders. Seemed quite relieved by that, David. Your thoughts on what the judges had to say?
I mean, it was a split decision, right? It was literally back and forth. One person on top, one person on bottom. One knee thrown, the other knee thrown. That was a really good matchup. Props to them.
Still cleaning up the cage a little bit. Lots of blood poured in that one. So much from Luke Sanders. You think he might have broken his nose?
Yeah, I better check my suit. It was real close to us. Ooh, got one.
Got a little bit of a dot, but that being said, probably, right?
Yeah, no, that... Yeah, it's never fun as a fighter. You don't feel it in the moment, honestly. Like, you get hit or you get kicked or whatever it might be, and you're on cloud 9, and about an hour or two from now, as he's thanking everyone for coming, he's going to be like, oh, no, I broke my nose. I need to go to the hospital.
Really?
You know?
An hour or two before you think he'll realize?
100%.
Why is that?
Because your adrenaline's so high. Early in my career, I fought this kid named Noah who was phenomenal, and I threw a kick on him, and I kind of threw it weird. He was on the ground. It hurt so bad, but I didn't even feel it in the moment. I went to go thank every single person that came to watch me, and by the end of it, I couldn't even walk. So the start of the of my thank you parade, I was walking around thanking everyone, giving high fives, hugs, loves, and then by the end of it, I had to get help getting to my car.
Happy to have David Kim here with us, former Fierce FC double champion, current Fierce FC amateur bantamweight champion. Luke Sanders getting it done alongside Chris Ventura and Brock Adams. Got to remember that 7-second finish, the second fastest ever in the history of this promotion.
Yeah, I think those are two big names that you should be looking out for if you're a fan of amateur MMA in Utah and in Idaho.
Brock Adams able to get it done. Massive win for him. Linnell Woodhouse, Riker Wood, they're just about ready to come out. Thought they were coming out about 20 minutes ago, though, David.
Yeah, stuff like that can really mess with you. Last-minute changes. Even some of the best fighters in the world, they're throwing up before their fights. They're nervous. They need to go use the restroom 10 times. So when things kind of change and you're in the back and you hear the crowd wooing and all of a sudden, oh, I'm supposed to be fighting right now, or maybe I'm supposed to be fighting an hour from now, it can be very confusing and difficult to deal with.
No more waiting, ready to get it back started. We'll kick it back to the man in the blue suit.
Next fight of the evening is sponsored by Underground Farm. For your cutting-edge peptide solutions that enhance health and wellness, use promo code FIERCE10. That's promo code FIERCE10. Driven by science, committed to your wellness, Underground Farm. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Linnell Woodhouse and then Riker Wood to the cage.
Well, excitement is at an all-time high after back-to-back one-sided affairs. Here is Linnell Woodhouse, David, an all-around athlete with a surplus of skills coupled with profuse power.
I mean, we just saw one running back get like a 7-second knockout. Linnell, he was also a running back, so I would expect to see some fireworks in this fight.
Only knows one direction and speed, that is forward and fast.
Yeah, this dude is a bull. He goes forward, he throws with intention. He is a really scary fighter to fight.
Vicious in his finishing abilities, has a TKO win back in January of this year, also has a submission win in November of 2024. Lots of urgency in recent, making his third walk in just under about 5 months.
Yeah, and I think it's good because a lot of these athletes, they're used to playing every single weekend, every Friday night, every Saturday morning, or whatever it might be. And so when you're a college athlete or a professional athlete transitioning to MMA, you want to be active, you want to be constantly training and staying in shape.
Linnell Woodhouse, a 220-pound running back at Idaho State back in the day, also came from a high-level high school in California. Very excited to see the athletic abilities. We see so many football players transition beautifully to the sport of MMA.
Well, it's because football, you got to be the biggest, the fastest, and the strongest. If you've ever tackled someone or hit someone with football pads on, it's kind of the same thing when you're fighting, just with a little different skill set.
Heavyweight power and a middleweight build. Linnell Woodhouse, excited to see him in the Fierce debut.
And a lot of people ready to watch him in the crowd.
Always bringing that jovial energy over a year away from fighting in his home state. Back is Riker Wood. David, a resourceful grappler who ran into a stone wall last time out, but plenty of good to take into this third walk.
You know, walkouts say a lot about fighters. The one word I would use to describe Riker is creative. He's a creative grappler. He finds ways to make it really difficult for his opponents, and he finds ways to win. So this is going to be a classic matchup of power versus brains, you know, strength versus bronze versus brains, honestly.
We saw some unorthodox decision-making in the Walker Pelto fight that bought him some time. I apologize. I'm reminded of that buggy choke that he threw up, David.
Yeah, you don't normally see that in amateur MMA. That's normally on the mats of the 10th Planet at your local gym, you know. But it's cool to see him utilize some of those skills that you probably haven't seen before in the cage.
Riker Wood out of Dark Horse MMA and Pack Jiu-Jitsu. First fight not facing a debuter. Going to be interesting to see him versus someone with some miles on him. Let's take a look at the intangibles. 7 years separate these two. Woodhouse just on the south side of 30. The 3-inch height advantage lies with Wood. No issues on the scale for either side in this one. 1-1, the record of Riker. 2-1 lies with Linnell. Idaho fighter entering the cage.
Linnell looks so serious right now. I went to go shake his hand, and Linnell just stared at him.
Excited to see this one and how it plays out. Back to cue it up. Here's Hooks.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Underground Farm. This fight is an amateur middleweight bout scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyustad. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 2 wins and 1 loss. He stands 6 feet tall and weighed in at 185 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Colossal Fight Company, hailing from Cerritos, California. Fierce fans, make some noise for Linnell Woodhouse. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 1 win and 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 3 inches tall and weighing at 184 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Dark Horse Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Pack Jiu-Jitsu, hailing from Star, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Riker Wood.
Big time pop for Riker Wood, rocking the red gloves. Linnell Woodhouse counters in the blue. This amateur middleweight bout is brought to you by Larclean, your trusted source for safe and effective home cleaning solutions. Use code FFC10 at larclean.com for 10% off the best cleaning supplies on the market. Larclean, the official cleaning supplier of Fierce FC.
Just watching them stand there, I did not realize how tall Riker is. He's a long and lanky guy.
Walking over the top. Linnell Woodhouse going to work early.
Taking his back. Let's see if he can finish it from here.
Straight into the action. Linnell Woodhouse wants to close this one out quick.
There is something about running backs, I'm telling you. They start early.
Massive dump finds Woodhouse on top. All action in the opening 25 seconds.
I mean, obviously, Linnell is hitting him hard, but that's kind of his world.
Nice knee up the middle lands for Woodhouse. Clocks on the chin as well. Riker Wood dealt with so much traffic. Down is Wood. Linnell Woodhouse crushing blows. Finds him with another bulldozing dub.
And he has a dance of his own.
Less than a minute to take home W number 3. Another first round finish for the Colossal Fight Company middleweight.
Where do we find more running backs, honestly?
Let's head over to the football teams and all that in the fall. We'll probably find a couple of them. Linnell Woodhouse seems to be as real as they get.
What was amazing about him, though, was it wasn't just the power and intensity. It was the ability for him to stay composed and then come back, you know, taking him down, getting back up, and hitting him again. We'll watch it right here. Lands some clean shots, just beautiful hooks, just drops them and just ground and pound for the end.
David, it was all action from Jump Street. We promised that it was going to be exciting. He upped the ante with that.
Yeah, this guy is definitely a bull in a china shop for sure. He is someone to not mess with.
Huge win for him, one of the biggest of his career up to this point. 3 in a row. We're going to make it official right now. Locking it in is Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, referee Dave Salyastet has called a stop to this contest at 40 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by TKO, Linnell Woodhouse.
Gold's Gym, an incredible spot to get so much of your fitness in here in Idaho Falls. We'll give you a short break with them and be back with more live from the Mountain.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's go!
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Scan the QR code on your screen right now for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk tonight, as well as additional information on future shows. Linnell Woodhouse, the man of the hour. Him and Brock Adams coming away with some speedy finishes.
Yeah, I don't know who gets the knockout of the night. Both of those are pretty impressive, honestly.
Couple more impressive at 135 pounds. Dietrich Jessup and Daniel Martinez waiting in the wings. We'll get them going with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, our next fight is sponsored by Pat's Media Productions. They put Fierce Fighting Championship into the living room of Fierce fans everywhere. Pat's Media Productions, on behalf of the Fierce fans and fighters everywhere, we thank you. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Dietrich Jessup and then Daniel Martinez to the cage.
All right, first walk of 2024 debuting the bantamweight frame. Enter Dietrich Jessup. David, he was muted by the relentless pressure of Michael Eastwood last November. Seems to have made some adjustments in that time off.
I mean, at only 20 years old, this kid already has 6 fights, and he is such a phenomenal talent. You can see that he has some new coaches as well, going to both Vigilante Academy with Teague, who's a buddy of mine, as well as One Hit MMA. So it's been cool to kind of see him grow.
Aldo Aregia in the corner, been getting a little bit more reps over the past year or so with one-hit MMA, like you mentioned, David. A new look for him as well, up 10 pounds. Mentioned putting on mass was a big goal this camp.
Yeah, I had no idea that he could do that. Honestly, and being so young, sometimes those 18-year-olds, they don't have a lot of weight on them, right? He was probably soaking wet at 125.
He was walking around 126. Weigh-ins were never an issue for him. A lot of times you see fighters sucked out and struggling at weigh-ins. He would step onto the scale with no issues.
Yeah, so good for him that he's growing up. He's kind of getting some of that man strength. We'll see how it translates into the cage for sure, though.
Walk number 7 for Dietrich Jessup at just 20 years old. Last win was here in Idaho versus a then unbeaten Christian Cortez, certainly the biggest win of his career.
Yeah, that was a very impressive win. This kid, he's beat some of my teammates. He's very, very impressive, honestly.
Well, the gym is just a stone toss away, so it's home court advantage tonight for Idaho Falls' Daniel Martinez. David, he's won 2 of his last 3, and at 6 years into this career, seems that the experience might be catching up to him.
Yeah, honestly, MMA is a really tough sport. Sometimes you learn some tough lessons, but as you persevere through those things, you can really start to kind of grow and figure things out, and I think Daniel's doing that.
Yeah, with all those losses at flyweight, seems to have found his footing at bantamweight. He's 2-1 when hitting the plate at 135 pounds.
Yeah, the weight cut can be a really big factor, honestly. It can zap your energy, your strength, kind of everything from you, so sometimes you get kind of reignited once you're up a weight class and you can eat.
Common denominator between these two is Christian Cortez. Jessup beat him last time here in Idaho Falls. Martinez went all the way to a split decision against the now 4-1 prospect out of Lionheart MMA. Going to be interesting with him as we see he's putting it together, winning 2 of his last 3.
Yeah, I mean, the MMA math kind of pencils out for this to be a close fight, so we'll have to see what actually happens. But these guys, they're both very experienced and ready to go.
Thanks to our friends over at R&R Barbecue for providing this tale of the tape. Jessup, 5 years younger headed into this one. He will stand significantly taller at 5'8". Martinez, the heavier man last night, tipping the scales at 135. 10th amateur walk for Martinez, number 7 set for Jessup.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Pat's Media Productions. This fight is an amateur bantamweight bout scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 3 wins and 3 losses. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall and weighing in at 132.5 pounds. Fighting out of the Vigilante Academy and One Hit MMA, hailing from Layton, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Dietrich Jessup. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 2 wins and 7 losses. He stands 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighing in at 135 pounds. Fighting out of Team Lionheart MMA, hailing from Blackfoot, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for dangerous Daniel Martinez.
Back to it is Daniel Martinez in the red gloves, Dietrich Jessup, the visiting party, in blue. This amateur bantamweight bout is brought to you by Pat's Media, providing a top-tier broadcast for whatever you're looking to showcase. Pat's Media, an official sponsor of Fierce FC. Jessup significantly taller in this one. Again, 5 inches towers over the local Idaho talent here tonight.
And imagine, he used to fight at flyweight and still can.
Lightning fast lead hook for Jessup. Misses. Martinez closes inside. Clocks to the chin. Lightning fast.
And Martinez is doing a great job of just kind of staying right there. Obviously, as the shorter fighter, you kind of have to.
Always throws heavy in those early exchanges. Sprawling and attentive, but Jessup makes sure to get this one back to the mat.
That was an excellent takedown. Really well timed, too. Even though Daniel tried to sprawl, it just, didn't pan out for him. And we've seen Dietrich do some crazy submissions in the past and get out of some crazy ones. The leg knee bar comes to mind from one of his first fights.
Debut versus Brendan Myers years ago, gets under the hips, able to drop down Martinez once again. 2 submission wins for Dietrich Jessup in his career, most recently January of 2023.
Yeah, he's a really scrappy kid, really tough fighter.
Won gold in a grappling tournament back in July, winning 2 matches by submission and 1 match by a staggering 21 points. Been working on his wrestling with the guys over at One Hit MMA.
Yeah, Teague Vigil, state champ from Syracuse. He wrestled some of my buddies back in the day. So,
chasing the back, targeting that rear naked choke. Martinez has been submitted 3 times in his career. All of them have come by that specific submission.
Yeah, and Dietrich's just doing a great job of the control. You can kind of see there's definitely a disparity or a difference in the grappling right now. That figure 4 lock right there makes it extremely tough to defend for Daniel, and he already has the choke underneath. Looks like it's on the chin. Maybe some more, though.
Trying to find some torque, loses the grip, but now couple of blows from the top, looking to open up the neck once again.
And this is a smart way to do it. You go for the choke, you can't necessarily get it. Switch to striking. This is a fight, right? You don't have to only grapple.
Jessup looked for possibly an armbar, now able to stretch out a limb.
This is tight. We'll see if he can use his leg, Daniel can, to defend. Trying to kick it off, it looks like.
30 seconds to go, round 1, action-packed so far. Jessup seems to be leading the dance right now.
It's kind of coming off. You know, you have to have your midline right on the elbow. It looks like he kind of lost that for a second.
Seeing some wincing, though, from Martinez on your screen right now, but fighting it valiantly.
Yeah, this is impressive from him, and there's only 10 seconds left. Oh.
There's the finish! A buzzer beater by Dietrich Jessup, successful for a second time in Idaho Falls. Backflip once again for Dietrich Jessup. A huge win for him, another submission nearly 2 years removed from his last one.
Guys, it's so important to be good at grappling, to be good at jiu-jitsu, to know the sequencing and what to do to chain your techniques together. And this is kind of the array of that, you know. He was able to go from the rear naked choke to ground and pound all the way to the armbar. Very impressive performance from Dietrich Jessup.
Right at the end of that second round, final seconds, 10-second clapper had commenced. Only a few more seconds before we were going to see stools, but Dietrich Jessup gets it done inside 1.
Yeah, let's kind of watch how this whole thing happened. So he had the armbar. He was kind of losing it. You can kind of see the elbows out. Daniel's trying to use his legs to defend, but Dietrich was just really persistent, kept on that arm, turned it the right way, and then got the hyperextension right there, which is nasty.
Ready to lock it back into the win column for Dietrich Jessup. First round submission win, ready to get it done with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, referee Tyler Tomlinson has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes and 51 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by submission due to an armbar, Dietrich Jessup!
Rockwell Watches, one of the incredible sponsors we have, providing so much, including the official Champions Watch of Fierce FC. Back with more after this.
FST. Who is FST filtration? What is FST filtration? You see, FST is more than a filter company just trying to be cool. FST is a solution-based company in the heart of Utah, where hard work is embedded in its roots, and providing superior indoor air quality is our mission. FST has risen to the challenges that everyday people face. As new challenges present themselves, we too shall rise to the occasion. Manufacturing is the backbone of America, and our employees are the backbone of FST. So when choosing your next filter for your home or building, don't choose any filter. Choose FST. Small business. Family owned since 2001.
Scan the QR code to download the Right Move Utah app. Once downloaded, you will automatically be entered to win a VIP experience at FFC 40 on April 11th. 5 guests will receive dinner, Fierce FC swag, signed posters, and other prizes courtesy of Right Move Utah. While Tristan McDonald, unable to get the win last time we saw him here at the Mountain America Center, has a lot to prove alongside a guy coming off a long layoff in Austin Bershey. We'll get more into the details after this intro with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is sponsored by FST Filtration. Go to fstfiltration.com, take the 2-minute air filter quiz, place your order, and get fresh air filters delivered to you whenever you need them. From FST Filtration. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Tristan McDonald and then Austin Bershey to the cage.
All right, another away game here tonight for Tristan McDonald. David, a lot was learned in that loss last year, but Tristan, certainly not someone to sleep on when you see the 1-1 record.
Yeah, a few months ago, obviously losing to Ole was really, really tough. Ole, probably UFC bound, honestly, but Tristan, kind of talked about in a podcast with you, actually, about how his mentality has kind of changed, and he's just going to focus on what he does best, which is fight. He can wrestle, he can strike. He's really worked on it with the coaches at Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA. I'm honestly expecting a completely different Tristan McDonald tonight.
A competitor to his core since we last saw Tristan. He has already won 7 consecutive grappling matches. Been busy in his time away, also a walk-on for the Iowa wrestling team from 2016 up until 2021. Like we mentioned in the first fight, won a national championship with that team.
Yeah, honestly, being a walk-on at a D1 program like that, let alone Iowa, it says a lot about his character, about how he never gives up, even when things are tough. Very impressive from him, and we're going to see a great fight tonight from him.
All right, it's been some time, but back in his backyard is Austin Bershey. David, a dominant start to his MMA tenure, but with over half a decade away, questions lie as to where he's at tactically.
Yeah, I mean, just from kind of what I've seen, he's an all-around, just really solid fighter. It has been quite the layoff, but he's pretty game, and he's fighting in front of his home crowd tonight. I'm expecting great things from him. Austin
Bershey, his last fight was in December of 2019. The long layoff was due to him just taking a little bit more time to focus on his career, but also it says online and everywhere that you can find it that he started his career in 2019, but it actually started in 2017. It was a second-round TKO, just not on any sort of government-sanctioned bout.
Yeah, you just never know with MMA. It used to be the Wild West where, Sherdog was the only thing that you could see fights on. So it's cool to see that he has a wealth of experience. We're going to see what he can do tonight. Side by side, we'll take a look at these lightweights. Bershey, the older of these two by 3 years, also 1 inch taller. Stalemated on the scales at 155.5 pounds. 2-1 the official record for Bershey. 1-1 on the other side for McDonald. All right, ready to turn the key. Let's jump it over to Jackson.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by FST Filtration. This fight is an amateur lightweight bout scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyestead. Introducing the first fighter fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 1 win and 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighing at 155.5 pounds. Fighting out of Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, hailing from Pleasant Grove, Utah, by Lodi, Wisconsin. Fierce fans, make some noise for Tristan McDonald. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 2 wins and 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing at 155.5 pounds. Fighting out of Pack Jiu-Jitsu, hailing from Poplar, Montana. Fierce fans, make some noise for Austin Bershi.
First time in a long time for Austin Bershi in the red gloves, Tristan McDonald to respond in the blue gloves. Amateur lightweight bout is brought to you by FST Filtration. Fresh air filters delivered for when you need them most. FST Filtration, an official sponsor of Fierce FC.
Both of these guys just look real confident and real calm.
3 fights over the span of 3 months back in 2019 for Austin Bershi. Again, hasn't made the walk since that time, over 5 years away from MMA competition, as he's matted right now by Tristan McDonald's punching.
Yeah, that was a powerful punch. Tristan is just quite the athlete and has a really good grappling game too. Not just wrestling, but also jiu-jitsu, being a purple belt. Powerful hip control right there. Flattening him out. Let's see what he can do with it. Looks like he's throwing heavy ground and pound, kind of focusing on the striking right now.
A couple of denting blows, been working in close quarters with Court McGee. Obviously a wrestler in his core. Same can be said about Tristan McDonald, doing a lot right now in the opening minute of round 1.
Yeah, we get kind of taught by our coaches, you know, the grappling's great, and obviously if you can get a submission, that's what you should go for, but it's really the position, using the strikes to soften them up, and then that should expose them for the submission.
McDonald, a purple belt in jiu-jitsu, again, a constant competitor. Been focusing a lot on the MMA world, was not satisfied by any means with his last showing. Wants to prove a lot of doubters wrong here tonight, as right now in the driver's seat.
Yeah, I was actually with him after that loss, and he was just so bummed. He felt like he could do so much more, and so I know that tonight he really wanted to show kind of an array of skill and the different things that he could utilize to his advantage.
Tale of 2 fights over the course of his career. The debut was a sub-minute knockout, and then obviously, like we've been talking about, the second one was a dragged-out decision loss.
And Bershi, actually, he normally finishes his fights in the first round as well, so both of these guys have quite the experience of knocking someone out or taking them out in that first round.
Yeah, Bershi, in all 3 recorded fights, never had a fight go past the first round, although we do talk about that 2017 one that's not on any docs. That one did go to a second frame.
Now, Tristan, he has a very interesting position where his left leg is hooked on the right leg in between. He's kind of using it to control him here. In collegiate wrestling, you can do some tilts and some turns to get back exposure. But for MMA, this is a really effective position to just kind of hold them down and keep them from coming up.
Tristan McDonald, double majored in physiology and business leadership, just recently received his Master's of Science in Sports Leadership before he has plans to get his PhD. Getting it done in the cage as well as in the classroom, David.
And not only that, but if you've ever trained with him, he is such a positive person. He constantly talks about the positivity and the influence that has on athletes, and he learned that at school.
A couple of denting blows land for McDonald. Lots of control time for him to open up round 1. All started with that straight punch, David.
Yeah, obviously that round probably went to Tristan, but I was very impressed with Bershi just kind of staying calm. He didn't really expose himself too much, and when things kind of got bad, he was able to defend and not get knocked out or submitted, so that was impressive. And
how much of that could be Tristan McDonald's prowess, but also maybe shaking off some of the cobwebs for Bershi?
Yeah, I mean, ring rust is a thing. Sorry, Dominic Cruz, because honestly, it is just a really difficult thing. There's so many variables to fighting, and so your time in the cage is everything. And Tristan just fought a few months ago, honestly, and he's looking real sharp because of it.
Doesn't seem to be breathing too deeply at all. Attentive in the corner alongside Court McGee, having a good conversation with him. What do you think they might be saying to each other?
They're probably just talking about staying patient and staying focused, work on the grappling, but I know for Tristan it's been really big to have Court McGee, very like-minded people in the corner.
First time in a second round for Austin Bershi in 8 years. As for Tristan McDonald, dragged out a full 9 minutes last time here at the Mountain America Center.
Yeah, it was quite a war from Ole and Tristan, so we'll see if it goes to that tonight.
Absorbed a lot of damage. Bershi lands one of the biggest blows of the fight so far.
Yeah, honestly, Bershi's striking is really good. He stays calm in that position. If I were Bershi, I'd be trying to keep it on the feet, keep Tristan at bay, don't let him on my legs or body lock or anything.
Crisp and clean so far. McDonald batters back a couple of his own.
And McDonald's doing a great job in that last fight. He was really only throwing the jab and a little timid doing it. You can see that Tristan's now kind of throwing multiple strikes together. He's really improving, not just as a grappler, but as a fighter.
A couple of those Bershi shots buckle the legs and move back McDonald. A little less forward pressure by the Agima fighter.
Yeah, he's kind of getting stuck at that range at the end of Bershi's strikes, so he kind of needs to either come in, be all the way in, or all the way out, and utilize angles as well. He's coming straight forward.
Is that ducking the head? Is that also coming, like you said, just angles? What is it more so over anything?
Yeah, it just looks like there aren't a ton of angles on Tristan's footwork right now, but you know, it's tough when you're trying to improve a certain skill, and Tristan's so dominant with the grappling. Sometimes you can, like, not really care about those things because you're going to get the takedown anyways.
No takedown attempts up to this point for Tristan McDonald. Was able to have a lot of ground control time, but it started again with that punch in the first frame. Right now, standing and striking with the Pac Jiu-Jitsu fighter.
Yeah, Bershi's just looking excellent with the striking. Great jab, good kicks. But this body lock's pretty tight.
Bershi immediately goes to try to lessen any sort of an attack.
Beautiful trip.
With the outside trip, able to bring Bershi down right into his own corner.
Yeah, I know a lot of our teammates, we've been kind of working a lot on that specific trip, because what happens is you swing that leg, they're on one leg, and their momentum just falls completely forward as you twist. It's a really effective takedown from the cage.
McDonald working his way up, trying to get to mount. He'll be able to do so. Now looks to flatten out. Bershi shows his veteranmanship, getting to a side.
Yeah, I mean, it was good that he was able to escape that, but giving up your back isn't the best option either. So it's kind of pick your poison sometimes in the grappling.
30 seconds before we go to a third and final. Tristan McDonald looked like he might have had some sort of a rear naked choke setup. He lets it go and decides to throw a couple of blows instead.
Yeah, you know, Tristan got hit a little bit that round. He really needs to catch up doing damage. These judges are really looking for damage. They're not looking for takedowns in wrestling. That's, you know, kind of old school MMA. We're really looking for damage, so he needs to kind of pick up the pace from these positions.
Still trying to control, but Bershi renders a little bit more dominant for the first 2.5 minutes of that round, David.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of difficult because although Tristan ended up on top, got some great positions, ultimately the damage kind of went to Bershi in that round.
Austin Bershi, a Marine Corps veteran, spent some time serving our country. Grateful for him for that.
Yeah, thank you for your service, sir.
Makes our way to the third and final round. Right now, possibly 1-1, David. I think a lot of people would say that.
Yeah, it could be 1-1. This third round might ultimately decide who wins the fight. Both of these guys, you know, they're in good spirits, listening to their coaches, attentive.
Looks as though he's smiling as well. Seems to be good to go. All smiles from him. We see. Would love to have some mic'd up corners. We tried to do that a couple of years ago. Just a little bit too ambitious for us with the manpower that we have, but we're so grateful for Pat's Media and all that they do. They do an incredible job here. So many on the scene to make sure that we're able to bring this broadcast all to you. Top of round 3 we go. Brought to you by FST Filtration. Ooh, a clubbing shot lands for McDonald.
Yeah, this is the difference with Tristan is in the first fight up here in Idaho, he was kind of timid with all of the striking. He's focused on his game, it looks like, in this fight.
Hands under the hips, able to bring down Bershi with ease. Massive start in 20 seconds for Agima's fighter.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're watching, but I know Tom and Terry Brands would be real proud of that double leg right there.
Bruising to the body is McDonald.
Ooh, you can hear those from here. It's nasty when you get hit in the ribs. It's just a big thud, thud.
How much do those slow you down over time, specifically to the body in that ground and pound position, David?
On the one hand, you have adrenaline, and so you sometimes don't feel it. But then on the other hand, being like really compromised on the ground, getting nasty shots hit on your rib cage, on your legs. They do add up, and it can really affect you, especially if it's a close fight.
McDonald fighting with the glove, trying to isolate an arm, potentially go for some sort of a key lock.
Yeah, he's kind of doing a really good job staying balanced between striking from this position as well as going for the submission threats. Bershey's honestly, he's doing a good job of keeping the half guard. He's not letting him progress. But then on the flip side, Tristan's just staying on top, transitioning, using that half guard to kind of take positions like the back.
Bershey initiated a little bit of movement. Now McDonald makes his way to the back. Still one hook in, but now gets a second.
Yeah, that D1 wrestling is definitely helping right now. You can see the hip pressure from Tristan. He's using half Nelsons. He's doing a lot of collegiate style things to do an MMA outcome.
Stapling pressure, unsure of what the crowd is saying. We got the cans on right now over the ears, but Tristan McDonald looks over and gives a big smile.
Yeah, earlier I heard Old McDonald had a farm, so I don't know if it was that dude again, but he's killing it right now. He's just doing a great job of holding this position and smashing him. Once again, we see that half Nelson. This is actually really cool to see because oftentimes, you know, you go to a grappling gym, you're working on guard and De La Hiva and all these different techniques that you do in a gi, whereas Tristan's kind of going back to his roots using that Wisconsin wrestling, that Iowa wrestling that, you know, kind of got him to where he is now.
Some thunderous ground and pound blows. Another one lands right there for McDonald.
And I think that Bershey, you know, this could be it for him to lose the fight, so he really does need to get out. But how can you do that against a D1 wrestler?
McDonald rushes for a submission. Final seconds, unable to get it, but it seems as though he likely got it done. Bershey likely round 2, rounds 1 and 3 belong to the Utah fighter.
Yeah, I would be confident to say the same. 29-28. Bershey honestly was a formidable opponent in this matchup. He did a great job on the feet. Honestly did a great job of defending a lot of the submissions and the ground and pound, but Tristan, man, he's just a dog. He's tough to beat.
We saw that when Tristan was able to bring it to the ground, we think of that double leg takedown early on in round 3 that separated it.
Yeah, and I think Tristan, he kind of realized, you know, I can submit this dude, I can do all these things, but once again, I need to find damage when I'm on top. I need to make sure that the judges know whether I submit this dude or not, that I hit him pretty hard.
Austin Bershey, not bad for a guy coming off a half a decade away, but Tristan McDonald seems to have gotten it done, talking immediately, and knowing Tristan McDonald, likely talking about ways in which he can improve already, a winner in all ways.
Yeah, he's probably going into the psychology of what he needs to do to knock him out next time. No, I'm kidding. That was an extremely amazing performance from him. Kept his composure. It really showed. The cage time now against Ole, you know, he had a pretty tough matchup. You can see the difference in how that experience translates.
19 full minutes of cage time now for Tristan McDonald, ramping up the resume in terms of his experience over anything else. Back-to-back decision wins, but a tale of 2 different ones. One in which he certainly wasn't going to get his hand raised. This one looked good.
We have to remember against Ole, he only had like a minute of cage time. Going into this one, he had 16 minutes, right? So, or more. So it was very, very different. Sorry, 9 minutes. This is an amateur fight. So he had 10 minutes of cage time, which is a really big difference, honestly.
All right, hot scorecards in hand. We'll make it official with Jackson Hooks.
Bears fans, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The judges score this contest 30-27, 30-26, and 30-25, declaring the winner by unanimous decision, Tristan McDonald.
Short message from our friends over at Gold's Gym. Before that, or after that, I apologize, we'll get it over to Santiago Izucar and James Prescott live from Idaho Falls.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Let's go. Let's go.
Scan the QR code on your screen right now for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk tonight, as well as additional information on future shows. So Tristan McDonald gets the job done. Some dominant scorecards for him. But right now we move up to middleweight. Santiago Azucar and James Prescott, ready to bring him out, is Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is sponsored by Rockwell Watches. They sincerely hope your Rockwell watch serves as a reminder of a time where you could proudly say, watch me. Use promo code FIERCE20. That's promo code FIERCE20. They don't just tell time, they tell a story at Rockwell Watches. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome James Prescott and then Santiago Azucar to the cage.
Well, he eyed a March return, and here we are. Back in Idaho is James Prescott. David, he posted a grueling pace last time we saw him, looking for more of the same alongside an unbeaten foe.
Yeah, although James has had some setbacks, including the loss to Micah Murdoch, that crazy submission, it has been so impressive to watch kind of the resiliency that he's had in the cage. The last time he was here, it was a grueling match. He had a lot of adversity in that fight, but he really showed up and came out on top.
Clearly content when grappling is initiated, given the debut. We've seen his wrestling will him to wins before.
Yeah, I've heard from other, people that he trains with, people in his gym, that he is kind of an ox in the room. He's really strong, really tough, not an easy one to grapple with.
James Prescott, most at home when grappling. You were specifically impressed with his hip pressure last time out.
Yeah, I remember in that fight, he just did such a great job of kind of thrusting those hips forward, pinning his opponent down, and he was able to utilize that to his advantage to throw strikes, to grapple, to go for submissions. It was very impressive, and I think we're going to see even more of that tonight.
Landed at least one takedown in every round last time out versus Harrison Chandler. Now he'll await for Santiago Azucar. Back-to-back at the Mountain America Center is Santiago Azucar. David, he turned the tables in a flash to finish Vincent Vanisi last year. Now a teammate of Vanisi's waits for him in the cage.
Yeah, it's interesting how you might fight somebody and then the next fight it might be their teammate, but he did an excellent job against Vanisi, staying calm, composed, using his jiu-jitsu to his advantage, and coming out on top.
Went from an 18-month layoff to a 4-month turnaround for this third walk, trying to pick up the pace of activity for the fighter out of Vibe Jiu-Jitsu as well as Omen's martial arts.
Yeah, I think that he kind of caught the bug that last fight. It was such a great fight, honestly. If you guys have the app or on YouTube, you got to go back and watch that fight because he just had a stellar performance.
Santiago Azucar, a new tier of opponent to face off tonight. First time fighting someone with a 500-plus record.
Yeah, I think this is where, especially for somebody undefeated, it's easy to do when everyone's debuting or one fight in, but now you're going against someone who's honestly an amateur veteran who has several fights and has been in tough waters before.
Tail of the tape for these two at middleweight. Azucar, 6 years older, headed into this one. Prescott, the taller of the two, at 6'1", both making it under the middleweight mark. Unbeaten up to this point is Azucar. Prescott with a record of 2-1. All right, getting this one going. Here's Hopes.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Rockwell Watches. This fight is an amateur middleweight bout scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 2 wins and 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing at 185 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of One Hit MMA, hailing from Layton, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for James Prescott! And Introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an undefeated amateur record of 2 wins and 0 losses. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighing in at 184 and 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Omens Martial Arts and Vibe Jiu-Jitsu, hailing from Idaho Falls, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Santiago Izukar.
Unbeaten up to this point is Santiago Izukar in the red gloves. Challenging is James Prescott opposite in the blue. This amateur middleweight bout is brought to you by Rockwell Watches. They don't just tell time, they tell a story. Rockwell Watches, the official champion's watch of Fierce FC.
You know, starting off, I'd probably give Prescott the wrestling advantage, but Izukar is sneaky on the ground.
We saw him flip the script on Vincent Vanisi last time out, closing in the distance early as Prescott finds his way straight to the back.
Yeah, that was a little reckless, I'd say, from Santiago. Normally he's pretty composed. That was a little out of character for him. Already stuck in a rear naked choke right here. Both hooks in.
Prescott latches on, looking to close this one quick. There's the tap. 2 in a row live from Idaho. James Prescott going to move to 3-1.
That definitely feels nice when you don't even take a punch.
Quick finish for him. James Prescott's second submission win. Massive one for him as he avenges his teammate.
Yeah, he capitalized. Santiago kind of went for kind of a wild shot with his head down and took that back real quick. Finished it very slick.
So quick with it. We talked about him being a bull in the room, a bull in that cage here tonight. Looks like we got the replay queued up, presented by our friends over at R&R Barbecue.
Yeah, so kind of like what I was saying, I kind of had Prescott being more of the wrestler, but Santiago kind of went for the takedown, and it was a poor mistake. You know, it's tough when you're 2-0, now 2-1. I'm sure he's going to learn from it, but watch how Prescott just put that in. All business, no games from him.
Imposing by him. We're going to make it official right now. Back to the center we go with Jackson Hooks.
All right. Fierce fans, referee Tyler Thomason has called a stop to this contest at 31 seconds of the very first round, declaring a winner by submission due to a rear naked choke, James Prescott.
Rockwell Watches, the official Champions Watch of Fierce Fighting Championship. A couple of those going to be handed out later on in our main card attractions. With that, we'll go to a short message from them and be back with more Fierce Fighting Championship 39.
Come on, check this out. Check this out.
Scan the QR code to download the Right Move Utah app. Once downloaded, you will automatically be entered to win a VIP experience at FFC 40 on April 11th. 5 guests will receive dinner, Fierce FC swag, signed posters, and other prizes courtesy of Right Move Utah. 7 fights down, 2 still to go in our prelim coverage. With that, we got Caden Bentley and Spencer Woodland about to make the walk. With that, we'll kick it inside to the newly man engaged Jackson Hooks.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is sponsored by Burger Theory. Burger Theory is your full-service bar and restaurant serving breakfast, lunch, and dinner with the best burgers in the region. Eat great, drink local at Burger Theory. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Caden Bentley and then Spencer Woodland to the cage.
Fights away from Fierce, happy to have him back, is Caden Bentley. David, he's come up short in recent walks, but has the chance to get one back on a big stage tonight.
Yeah, you know, Caden's kind of fought the who's who, at least down in Utah. So coming up to Idaho, I hope this is kind of, you know, a new start for him in his career. I hope that he can really focus on what he does best, which is being a tough fighter. He's extremely tough in the cage.
A robust strength of schedule for Caden Bentley, from Shaden Polson to Viliami Kulu, Drake Anderson, Andrew Boquette, and a slew of others. Say what you want, never turn down a tough opponent.
Yeah, the record of 2-8, obviously that's not what you want, but against those names, I'd probably be the same or worse.
Reps on reps for Bentley, his 4th fight in 11 months. That's got to give lead to some improvements in the game.
Yeah, totally. And, honestly, I had no idea there was a gym in Parowan, Utah, of all places, Patriot MMA. I'm sure he's been working with his coaches to get prepared to kind of make this one a different outcome than some of his other fights.
Bentley dropped 5 in a row, all of them by knockout in the first frame. Hasn't been to a second round since February of 2023.
So we might have another first rounder. We'll see.
Caden Bentley, 30 years of age, accumulated nearly 4 years as an amateur at this point. Fair share of success as well when he takes it to the mat.
Oh, totally. And honestly, like 10 fights, that's a lot of experience for an amateur at this point. So I think that experience really does matter, even if it's a win or a loss. Honestly, for me, I learn more from my losses than my wins.
Caden Bentley looking to get back on track here, live from Idaho Falls, as he awaits the local Spencer Woodland. Well-rested and well-traveled, back with some sharpened tools is Spencer Woodland. David, a fast finisher when he can get to his spots.
Yeah, this guy is a scrappy and technical grappler. His ground game is very, very impressive, so we're going to have to see if he can bring his opponent to the ground tonight and do some damage from there.
He has been all over the map, David, in his time away. Competed in a PGF tournament in Austin, Texas, and then also a competition in Denver. Following that, he went all the way to Phuket, Thailand to train some Muay Thai and MMA. Just got back from another invitational in Houston, Texas. Racking up the sky miles, it seems like.
Yeah, if you're competing out in Texas and other places, PGF, that's a really tough tournament, a really good organization to compete out of. So I'd be very interested to see how he can utilize some of that training from around the world tonight, whether it be from Thailand or Texas.
Let's take a look at these two at 205. Woodland, the younger man, at 26, identical in height and weight. A 500 record at 2-2 for the Idaho local. Bentley, a little longer in the tooth at 2-8. All right, back in to tee it up. Here's Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Burger Theory. This fight is an amateur light heavyweight bout scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyusted. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 2 wins and 8 losses. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing at 205 pounds. Fighting out of Patriot MMA, hailing from Parowan, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Caden Bentley. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 2 wins and 2 losses. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing in at 205 pounds. Fighting out of Pac Jiu-Jitsu, hailing from Rexburg, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Spencer the Rhino Woodland.
Back in his backyard is Spencer Woodland in the red gloves. Caden Bentley awaits opposite in the blue. This amateur light heavyweight bout is brought to you by Burger Theory. Custom burgers and local craft beer. Eat great, drink local at Burger Theory, an official sponsor of Fierce FC. Woodland's first fight since early of 2024 opens up with a couple of rupturing kicks.
I can tell he spent some time in Thailand. Ooh, beautiful back kick.
Piques the Mountain America Center's interest as he closes in the distance, mixing it up well right now, David. That's what he told me he was trying to focus on.
Yeah, holy smokes. He just went from a back kick to a takedown. That's very well versed.
Well-rounded in all forms, finds his way over to the mount. Bentley now dealing with a lot of action up top.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem for Bentley if he can't escape, if he can't unclear those hooks, kind of turn and face them. You don't want to be stuck here for too long. You got to be able to at least get to the mount and then escape from there, or peel them off kind of like a wrestler takedown.
Couple of big shots land for Woodland in the opening minute of this one. Got Caden down on the mat, up on his knees, and Spencer Woodland getting a little high, but not too bad.
Yeah, I'm impressed that he's kind of slowing things down. Looks like he might have a choke in, though. Hand configuration's kind of a problem. Might still be on the chin. You can see him kind of pushing up, Bentley is.
Bentley been submitted 2 times in his career, most recently September of 2022. Back to the ground and pound we go for Woodland, piling it on early.
Yeah, Woodland's just staying patient. He's pretty content being right in this position. One thing throughout the night, though, is a lot of these grapplers, I've seen a lot more ground and pound from them tonight. I think that maybe the jiu-jitsu just isn't enough for some of these guys, and they're kind of figuring out how to mesh it well.
And oftentimes it's opening up the neck as well, correct?
Totally. That was a big jump in my game from going from a straight grappler, with the armbar.
How about some slick jiu-jitsu for a first-round finish? Spencer Woodland with another speedy one in front of the Idaho Fall crowd.
Maybe his nickname should be Spencer Smooth as Butter. Spencer Smooth as Butter Woodland, right there.
Spencer Woodland comes over to the broadcast booth. Couple of explicit words said, but all love for the Pack Jiu-Jitsu fighter. A massive way to come back after a long layoff.
Yeah, I'm glad I was speaking during that.
Might have picked up in the cans, unsure completely, but Spencer Woodland, always a nice guy here at Idaho Falls. All of his fights have been here. He's had some huge moments. That's one of his best.
And I was so impressed. Like, he hasn't even broken a sweat. Just kind of chilling, really calm.
Looks as though we got the replay queued up. David, R&R Barbecue's got it for us. Take it away.
So he started on the back. He was doing some great things, but you can kind of see he got a little high, then did the smart thing and transitioned to the next submission. Got the armbar. He's coming up on his shoulder, was able to belly out and finish it. That's all she wrote.
Another first-round finish for Spencer Woodland. So dominant in his wins. Time to make him 3-2 with Jackson Hoops.
Fierce fans, referee Dave Selyeset has called a stop to this contest at 1 minute, 52 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by submission due to an armbar, Spencer the Rhino Woodland!
A massive card coming to the Maverick Center in August. Cannot wait for it. We'll show you a little bit more of what to expect right now. Big show field backed by belts on the line, live from the Maverick Center in West Valley, Utah. This is Fierce Fighting Championship.
The pop when you come out here is so loud and it is so electric. Out cold! This is your house.
That right hand was nuclear. He's got that violent look on his face that I always love to see.
He makes his mark at the Maverick Center
to prop up the Utah MMA scene.
Scan the QR code on your screen right now for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk tonight, as well as additional information on future shows. Spencer Woodland getting a couple of photo ops after a big win here live at the Mountain America Center in front of so many of his fans. David, we've either seen decisions or first-round finishes, nothing in between.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of these guys, if you would have told me who they were or if I didn't know them and I thought they were pros, I would 100% believe it. Like, Woodland honestly looked like a pro. That was sick.
Some massive improvements for him. He moves and gets another big win in his backyard. Lane Dalton, Alan Aragon for a title eliminator coming up next, 9th and final here on the preliminary card. Can't wait to get it started. Let's go to Hoops.
Fierce fans, our final fight of the preliminary card is sponsored by Watkins Distributing. Their goal is to add value to the products and services they provide. They deliver the best with the best at Watkins Distributing. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Alan Aragon and then Lane Dalton to the cage.
plenty of time to prep for the tall task at hand is Alan Aragon. David, we were quite impressed by the uptick in his striking competency last time out alongside his reliable collegiate-level wrestling.
Yeah, it's been really cool to see this kid grow up. He started training with us when he was in high school, honestly. It was a high school wrestler at Mountain View under Court McGee. But to see him have just a beautiful jab, now rocking those Clito Reyes boxing gloves, he's sharp as a nail, man, when it comes to the striking now.
Alan Aragon won 3 in a row, called for the title after his decision win last year. Seemed bold, but he's knocking on the door of it right now.
Yeah, I mean, at 3-1, he's great from everywhere. The striking's tough, the grappling's tough, his wrestling's tough, everything's tough with him.
He can turn it on at any moment. When we remember he stepped in on just 5 days' notice to throw with RJ Wilgar last fight, came away with a unanimous decision win, and looked fresh as can be.
And that was honestly a defining win for him because it just showed how much he's grown.
Alan Aragon set to dance with Lane Dalton. We'll bring him out right now. Back in his home state, here is Lane Dalton. David, an abrupt ending to his last bout, which led to a no contest, but still looked sharp in the short stint we saw of him.
Yeah, this kid is really, really difficult to deal with. Being a judoka, honestly, and a state champ wrestler, this kid is no joke when it comes to the throws and the ground and pound.
National champion in judo at 12 years old, also a state champion wrestler as aforementioned. An impressive resume so far. Best Fierce FC amateur welterweight champion Do Sam Leon in a decision a year ago. Could be queuing up for a rematch in a few minutes.
Yeah, I think that would be a really interesting matchup if he wins tonight because he, has that win over him, honestly.
Third fight at welterweight. He has found some success at 170 pounds is Lane Dalton. Massive matchup at welterweight for Lane Dalton and Alan Aragon. 22 for the two parties tonight. 1 inch taller is Aragon at 5'10". Same scale number for both last night at 170 pounds. 3-1 and 1 no contest, staring across from a 3-1 welterweight for this one. All right, final fight of the prelims. Let's go to Jackson.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Watkins Distributing. This fight is an amateur welterweight bout scheduled for 3 3-minute rounds. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 3 wins and 1 loss. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighed in at 170 pounds. Fighting out of Akima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, hailing from Orem, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Alan El Oso Aragon. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 3 wins and 1 loss and 1 no contest. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed in at 170 pounds. Fighting out of Dark Horse Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, hailing from Emmett, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Lane Dalton.
Title shot on the other side of this one for Lane Dalton in the red glove. Same can be said about Alan Aragon in the blue. This amateur welterweight bout is brought to you by Watkins Distributing. With over 30 years in the game, Watkins Distributing puts your business first. Watkins Distributing, an official sponsor of Fierce FC.
I'm interested to see, obviously the grappling, but I think this could really come down. The key matchup is in the striking, honestly, because both of these guys are tough.
Lane Dalton opens up, lands crisply.
Yeah, Lane's pretty notorious for just coming forward with those strikes. He kind of looks like a Chad Mendez or a Michael Chandler coming forward.
2 wins by KO or TKO in his career.
Has Alan kind of bouncy, almost like a karate fighter in some ways, but Alan has that beautiful jab he uses a lot.
Saw a lot of success with that versus RJ Wilgar, but right now met with a storm of offense by Dalton.
Yeah, I think Dalton's just unafraid, and he's kind of ready for the takedowns and the strikes as well.
The attributes on both sides, David, they're pretty much stalemated.
Yeah, no, they both have that kind of wrestling, grappling pedigree.
Big time drop, puts Dalton on top. Aragon trying to shoot his hips back up, get back to his feet. Dalton won't have any of it.
Yeah, it looks like Dalton's just one step ahead, whether it was with the striking just barely or, getting these takedowns. Allen actually was the one who initiated some of the clinching and takedowns, but Dalton was able to, execute on it.
Dalton making his weight present, about the halfway point of round number 1. Aragon trying to stay active on bottom, though, Jason. David, I apologize.
No, Allen's doing a good job of just kind of keeping the damage to a minimum, but Dalton's just doing a fantastic job using that Turk and utilizing the chain wrestling to keep the position. I'm impressed you think I look like Jason. He's a good-looking guy.
Done about 30 shows with the guy. Absolutely love him to death. Miss him here tonight. But happy to have all of you here with us live on the Fierce Fighting Championship app. Lane Dalton, Alan Aragon battling it out for a title shot on the other side of this one.
Oh, beautiful exchange from Allen and Dalton. The thing that I think I'm seeing, honestly, is that Allen is doing a good job of throwing a single punch where Dalton is walking forward. Even though he has the shorter reach, he's able to kind of get into his range and utilize his striking to beat Allen to the punch.
Dalton changes some angles, peels the Agima fighter off of the cage.
And Allen's bleeding pretty bad.
Puts him to the center of the cage. A little bit of blood populating from that nose of Aragon.
Yeah, it's almost over for this round, but this is not a good place for Allen to be finishing the round on.
Dalton draws blood again.
Make some noise for round 1.
Speaking a little bit about that, in the very short time in which Lane Dalton and Kamuela Mamone fought last year, he drew blood of him as well.
Yeah, no, Dalton's a tough dude, and you could kind of see in that first round, he just does such a great job of swiveling offline, throwing those strikes, coming forward. He's walking his opponent down. That kind of, I think he shows a lot of experience now being in those exchanges.
Also something of note, Lane Dalton used to be a middleweight, has competed in heavier weight classes. I remember seeing him before the Kamuela Mamone fight, and I said, I barely recognize you. He said, yeah, that was way back when I was fat. Now, really dialed in with the nutrition and looks good at 170 pounds.
I was actually going to mention the same thing because he fought Tyler Call, who we're going to see later tonight, and Tyler just kind of pieced him apart. Was honestly just a little too big for him. But at this weight class, it looks really good that even though he's still a little bit shorter, a little bit smaller, he's getting the job done.
That was a fight of the night back in September of 2023. Tyler Call competing for the amateur middleweight title opposite Jason Ergel later on tonight.
And teammate of Allen. Go figure.
Top of round 2, Dalton lunges forward. Aragon able to get out of the way of the attack. Not able to from that one. Pressuring forward and blitzing into the face is Lane Dalton.
Yeah, Allen's just depending a little bit too much on that jab, whereas Dalton's, throwing bunches and punches. Punches in bunches, my apologies.
Aragon able to reverse the position. Dalton gets it right back.
The one thing about Allen, I will say, he is extremely gritty. He does not give up. He's only going to be out if he's out.
Lane Dalton, the longest time spent on the sideline since his amateur debut, 7 months away from the cage. He's averaged a fight every 64 days prior to last summer.
And sometimes those layoffs, like we were talking about with some other people, are really bad because you get the ring rust. But for some people, kind of the reinvention of your game, from the last time I saw him, it looks like he really has improved in figuring out how to get into distance on the longer opponent.
We talked a little bit about it with James Prescott, who got a win a few moments ago. The imposing pressure that he presents. Like you just said, Lane Dalton has learned how to kind of mix that in with all the other weapons that he has.
Yeah, and I think tonight it's really just showing how when you can focus on one part of your game that, maybe it was difficult in a certain situation, a certain weight class, you can reinvent yourself and come back so much better.
Dalton throws a knee up the middle. Tyler Tomlinson separates the two. Looks like it might have been a low blow.
Yeah, that was pretty low. I could see Allen wincing a bit.
We'll see if we can get it up in time. Alan Aragon. Hands up above the head.
You know, as a fighter, this is obviously a tricky situation. If I'm Dalton, I'd kind of want him to get back into the cage and start fighting. But Allen, you know, if he was getting fatigued or tired, he might want to take that break.
Ooh. Hard to see where it landed, but obviously the reaction from Aragon leads us all to believe that it did go below the waistline.
Yeah, it looked low. Obviously, that camera angles, it's a little tough to tell, but yeah, I think that definitely was blown.
We'll take it one more time if we could go just a little bit slower. But again, the angle more so to our back. There's the blow. Back into the action we go. Aragon said green light. Minute 15 to go, round 2.
Yeah, if I'm Allen, I need to remember that I can utilize my right hand, too, to kind of combo my strikes together. He's just kind of pawned that jab out there, which he is a great jab, but we got to use both hands.
Aragon with 1 KO in his career.
That was crazy KO.
An 11-second finish last July in Price, Utah, opposite Randy Kopczynski.
That was a one-punch knockout, walkout.
Other 3 bouts have gone the full distance for Aragon as he'll mat now Lane Dalton.
And that was super impressive. That's actually Allen's favorite move on the cage. Notice how his teammate Tristan McDonald actually hit that same takedown. This is a tricky position, though, because you have the back. You're in a good spot, but see how Allen's kind of stuck on that cage? Dalton's doing a great job of pushing him against that cage to make it difficult to actually get under the neck, and he turns and gets on top now in guard.
Dalton never been submitted. We see a little bit more as to why, able to get into the guard and face forward, and now throw a couple of blows. Final seconds, round 2. Interesting in which way that'll swing the tide of the judges.
Yeah, you know, obviously I'm a teammate, so I might be biased, but if I were judging, I'd probably give the edge to Dalton right now. It just seems like he's a little more ferocious. He's initiating a lot of the action, and he's getting results.
In the corner of Alan Aragon, might be saying to him, you got to get a finish, David?
Yeah, if I'm in Alan's corner, I am telling him, hey, like, that jiu-jitsu looked pretty good for a second. That your striking looks good, but you need to be piecing things together. You're only throwing your jab out there. Maybe throw a kick, maybe kind of switch things up and switch the where you're attacking. Go to the body a bit. Just do something different because you have 3 minutes to get this win.
Lane Dalton laid out on his stool. Seems to be comfortable in there, though, David.
It looks like a comfy spot to be.
Have you ever done that? Or are you normally lunched over?
A little hunched over,
yeah.
But I have resting fighter face.
Top of round 3 brought to you by Watkins Distributing. Over 30 years in the game, they put your business first. Watkins Distributing, an official sponsor of Fierce FC. Aragon opens up with a head kick. Dalton smirks at it.
And both of them are smiling at each other. It's good to see fighters that love to fight.
Aragon knows he's got to go for broke, it looks like. Trying to separate the hips, but met by the cage.
Yeah, and if I'm Dalton, I'm going back to that wrestling. You know, just mitigating the risk, staying out of punching range, because Allen does have some heavy hands and some kicks. So he's doing a great job of utilizing that cage control, bear hugs.
Aragon talks a little bit, flaps some gums at the Idaho fighter. Able to bring him down once again is Dalton, dominant so far in the wrestling.
Yeah, I think Dalton's kind of showing his expertise and that he might be the better grappler tonight, although Allen is a formidable opponent.
Looks like a guy who belongs in a title fight.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Yeah, Dalton's definitely looking tough and looking like he could go back for that rematch.
Would bring a lot of parity to the Fierce fandom. Got to see what that would look like in terms of a matchup down the road. But right now, still 2 minutes to work. for Alan Aragon, trying to get his way back up to the feet where he saw a little bit of success in the early moments of this round.
Yeah, no, that was actually very impressive, kind of using that underhook, kicking his legs coming up, and Dalton wasn't able to keep him down, so he now has a shot.
Voting for that high kick a couple of times here, David.
Yeah, no, he has some pretty impressive striking for a grappler. I think that he's finally starting to kind of feel it, and he's, okay taking risks.
Aragon jumped back by the power felt from Dalton's lead hook.
Yeah, Dalton punches pretty hard. A beautiful hook, though. And that's exactly what Allen needs to be doing. He needs to be throwing multiple strikes.
Cluster combs the chin of Aragon. Lane Dalton closing the distance once again, masking his strikes into his takedowns very well.
No, it's very seamless, and I think that's the difference in this fight, that Dalton he's kind of going back and forth between the striking and the grappling. He's staying at his range. He's just doing an excellent job of keeping the pressure.
Back down to the mat. No place like home for Lane Dalton. 35 seconds away from a title opportunity opposite a familiar foe.
Yeah, and you can see Court McGee yelling at Allen, kind of getting him to push forward for the next few minutes or seconds.
Aragon targets the chin, lands a couple of them. Dalton keeps coming forward. That'll close things out. Back to the scorecards we go.
I was very impressed. Even though Allen probably lost that fight, just watching him try to finish that up, that was pretty impressive and inspirational. But tonight is for Dalton for sure. That was a beautiful performance.
We go a full 9 minutes once again. Lane Dalton draped alongside his coach. Could be moving to 4-1 and 1 no contest. His one loss is to a guy who is competing up a weight class in a title later on. Not to mention the fight with Do Sam Leon. Gonna see if he can get a win over him once again, this time for hardware, David.
Well, and you can tell that he learned from that fight, honestly, because he used a lot of the things that he was struggling with against Tyler Call to beat Allen tonight.
Seen so much development from him over the past 18 months. Again, we talked about the long layoff. We didn't see much of what he had versus Kamuela Mamone, but he looked promising then, looks more so now.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a prospect to be watching in the future, especially when he goes pro one day. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Plenty of fun fights coming your way. 2 more amateur to open up the main card, as well as 4 professional. Can't wait to get things going. David, I'll talk to you a little bit more about it later on, but anyone specifically that you're looking forward to for the rest of this card?
Honestly, I'm super excited to see who can be the top light heavyweight in the country between Sterling Rich and Drake Anderton. That's going to be really fun to watch.
Massive way to kick off the main card, but right now we shift our focus back to 170 pounds. The judges taking their time. Jackson Hoops putting together all the notes that he has got. Looks like he's just about ready. Storming his way back into the center of the cage. Gets the quick nod from him. And we'll go back to the center.
Fierce fans, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The judges score this contest 29-28, 30-27, and 29-28, declaring the winner by unanimous decision, Lane Dalton!
2 weeks away from another stacked show live from the Masonic Temple. We'll give you a quick look at what we can see live from Salt Lake City.
Man, I love watching Camp Mafaleo play.
Pack the house with his fans here. Julian's as tough as they come. He's always looking for the next toughest challenge out there.
This is where you do not want to be with Camp Mafaleo. Teague Vigil!
Eco, Broswell, crumbling combination thrown.
These last few fights have just been impressive.
I got a temple now, baby.
All right, 6 bouts still to go, 3 titles intertwined in our main card coverage. For right now, you can learn a little bit more about each and every combatant set to make the walk with this segment from the Damage Plan MMA podcast. You're watching Fierce Fighting Championship 39, presented by R&R Barbecue. Back inside the Mountain America Center with a hardware-heavy main card, this is Fierce Fighting Championship 39, presented by R&R Barbecue. Welcome in, everyone, to the main card. Blake O'Rulian alongside David Kim. David, 3 titles to be given out tonight. Any specific bout you're most looking forward to?
I'm definitely looking forward to Vandera versus Curry. I think that's going to be one of the top MMA fights professional in the entire region tonight.
A massive matchup. We kickstart at light heavyweight on this main card. Let's get the ball rolling with Jackson Hopes.
Welcome to the main card. Everyone tuning into the pay-per-view and everyone here inside the Mountain America Center in Idaho Falls, Idaho. Put your hands together and make some noise. We'll start this card off with the next fight of the evening, sponsored by Willie's Distillery. Their award-winning spirits reflect a dedication to quality, community, and service. Spirits of the American West at Willie's Distillery. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Drake Anderton and then Sterling Rich to the cage.
Four W's precede a second title fight. Here is Drake Anderton. David, a 100% finish rate and wastes no time when that cage door locks.
No, he's definitely one of the top prospects in Utah and in Idaho. Comes from a lineage of combat athletes, his dad being one of the craziest wrestlers I've heard of, pinning Brock Lesnar back in the day and competing against him.
Yeah, Drake Anderton, son of David Anderton, a 2-time All-American, like you mentioned, went toe-to-toe with Brock Lesnar back in the day, also a 6-2 pro himself from 2005 to 2009. His dad actually trained with Court McGee early on in Court's MMA career, and with that all being said, kind of crazy to see Court now in his corner for his son.
You know, MMA is such a young sport, but it's finally crazy to see, you know, a father, now a son, being coached by the same training partner that the dad once had. That's just crazy to me.
Quite the contrast and urgency between these two tonight. Rich never finished a fight inside 3 minutes. Anderton done it in 3 of his 4 wins. Title fight number 6 set. Enter Sterling Rich. David, ranked the number 1 amateur light heavyweight in the entire country, looks to snag another strap here tonight.
No, this is definitely going to be a highlight of the night for you guys. Sterling Rich is a phenomenal fighter. He's good in the striking, he's good in the grappling, and I'm sure he's probably going to go pro after this.
6th consecutive title fight, 4-1 when he's up for a belt. Great when the lights are brightest.
Yeah, he just has such an experience in 5-round fights. It really does change the fight when you're going for 15 minutes versus 9.
Sterling Rich always up for a tall task. 4-0 versus fighters with undefeated records out of BPI Fighting Systems up in northern Idaho. A big name, the number 1 amateur light heavyweight prospect in the state of Idaho. High stakes for some high-ranked amateurs. Sterling Rich is 21, standing 6'2". Same can be said about Drake Anderton. Both come in under the championship rim of 205 pounds. 8-1 for the top light heavyweight in the country, juxtaposed with a 4-0 Drake Anderton. Big one on hand here. So many have been saying that this might be the biggest amateur fight Fierce FC has ever put on. I tend to agree, David.
Yeah, no, definitely whoever wins this fight tonight is going to be the #1 prospect in the entire country.
All right, ready to get the ball rolling. Back into the cage we go. Here is Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Willie's Distillery, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyesaid. This fight is scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds, 5 3-minute rounds for the Fierce Fighting Championship Amateur Light Heavyweight title. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an undefeated amateur record of 4 wins and 0 losses. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighing at 204 pounds. Fighting out of Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, hailing from Provo, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Drake the Destroyer Anderton. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 8 wins and 1 loss. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighing at 203 pounds. Fighting out of BPI Fighting Systems, hailing from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Sterling, the Renegade Rich.
All right, we've been over the rules and locked them already. Just gonna go over the big ones again. Stay off the top, back of the head, neck, and spine, and keep your fingers out of the cage. All right, touch them up. Let's have a good fight.
Light heavyweight title on the line for Sterling Rich in the red gloves. Drake Anderton proceeds in the blue. This amateur 205 title bout is brought to you by Willie's Distillery. It's more than a place, it's an experience. Willie's Distillery, the official liquor of Fierce FC. Sterling opens up with a lot of offense. Nice uppercut lands as Anderton runs into the cage.
He's coming out hot. We were commenting, Sterling looks pretty athletic and big in there. Long too.
3-0 at 205 for Sterling Rich. The rest of his fights have been at middleweight.
Wow.
Anderton able to bring down the Idaho fighter.
Did you see the athleticism from Sterling on that? I don't know how he just defended that beautiful double leg from Anderton.
Steps back up with no sweat at all. Beautiful entry as well by Anderton, David.
Yeah, no, Anderton, he's tough. I've seen him do some things in the room that you'd be shocked if you heard what happened. He's pretty impressive, but this is going to be a really tough fight for both of these guys tonight.
Anderton landed a stiff leg kick. Sterling Rich smiled at it.
Yeah, Sterling kind of came out hot. Now he's cooling down, kind of picking his shots.
To garner an 8-1 record, it does take almost a surgical way in which you fight. Sterling Rich, certainly everything seems to be intentional right now.
You know what's crazy is they're both 21 too. They're so young, and such a wealth of experience from both of these guys. But yeah, Sterling with double the fights is definitely kind of the favorite, I guess.
Rich born in June of 2003, Anderton in April of 2003.
Just kind of trading shots right now.
Anderton able to get out of the way of that one, but Rich triggers a high kick.
Yeah, Anderton's unfortunately just not moving his head, and he's kind of getting clipped on some of these strikes, kind of getting stalked down by Sterling, who's doing a fantastic job of just staying in that range of striking.
Was going to say, controlling the cage quite well is Anderton. Or Rich, I apologize.
And Anderton's doing a great job. He's kind of getting some grappling in, but you can just see kind of the physicality of Sterling coming up. You know, as an undefeated fighter or an 8-1 fighter, you do want these tough fights as an amateur, right? You definitely want to test yourself, and this is the time to get better.
I mean, like mentioned, right, 4-0 versus undefeated prospects. These aren't easy days out that he's going in there to face off against these guys. He's being tested every single time.
No, there's no reason to pad your record as an amateur, right? An amateur record or an amateur career is really for you to be prepared to be a pro. And you can see that not just Sterling, but also Drake, like both of these guys are doing the work to be pros.
Round 1 closes out. A lot of offense put out by Sterling Rich. Drake Anderton trying to play catch-up right now, David.
Yeah, I would definitely give the edge to Sterling. He just kind of was more composed during that round, was able to kind of control. His defense was really on point, too. Drake had some great takedowns, but somehow he was able to kind of get up and defend.
In the corner of Sterling Rich, speaking with his coaches, seems as though the cardiovascular is intact.
And he's standing. He's not even sitting. That's crazy.
Has a little bit of blood seeping from that right eye.
Oh, wow, he's ready to go. A little early.
A reason we see the 8-1 record next to his name when he walked out. That one loss was by a split decision. So clearly cut. At least one judge in the world thinks he's 9-0.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Top of round 2 brought to you by Willie's Distillery. Happy to have them as one of our great business partners here at Fierce Fighting Championship 39. Anderton throws some heat to start off round 2.
And Sterling's just smiling. I don't know, you got to be careful even as the favorite. Sometimes people can kind of be an underdog and win, so I wouldn't be too confident. You know, still defend yourself, but maybe he knows something that we don't.
Rich pods up the power, begins to be the aggressor.
Yeah, just hearing the corner of Sterling, it sounds like that cage control definitely is a part of the game plan. They're talking about creating some angles and making sure that you're having what we call at our gym a winning angle to win the striking exchanges.
Rich walking down Anderton right now. Constant moving target is the Agima fighter.
Yeah, and Anderton's doing a really good job. Obviously, he is getting kind of moved back in some situations, but when he came out at the start, he looked great, and those are some awesome hooks right there. He needs to kind of let those hands go. He has a lot of power, too. Great overhand right, as you kind of saw right there. Just barely missed.
High-level head movement by Rich. Shown hasn't been touched a whole lot, but that battering leg kick lands.
And he's landed a few of those, so maybe that is something that he could look to do.
Both guys connect on the chin. 50-50 on the shot for both.
Yeah, both of them are a little awake, though Sterling's coming forward.
Anderton targets the chin. Rich gets there a little bit quicker. Moving back, and Anderton really starting to wear it now, David.
Yeah, I think Sterling's kind of just picking his shots at this point. Anderton with not a lot of head movement, though he is kind of still in this fight. Sterling's just doing a really good job of staying patient. You can kind of see the experience.
9 fights for Sterling Rich, 4 for Drake Anderton coming into this one.
Yeah, experience matters, but, you know, Drake's still in this. He's super powerful. This could be over with one punch from him.
Some sharp feints land.
And that,
go ahead.
Yeah, that blitz was beautiful. We need to see more of that from Drake, kind of coming forward, not coming back.
Some more urgency over anything at the moment.
Correct.
Beautiful shot lands by both, but now Sterling Rich starting to punish.
That was powerful.
Crumbling down to the canvas. Sterling Rich trying to close the show. That'll call it. Find some space for more hardware. Title win number 5 for Sterling Rich.
That was an excellent execution. Beautiful takedown, or beautiful knockout right there.
Looks like he hurt him to the body. He could feel it and finished it off.
Yeah, that knee that he hit in that clinch was super powerful. I think that's kind of what was the start of the end.
Round 2 finish for Sterling Rich. We got it queued up. Replay brought to you by R&R Barbecue.
So Sterling just did an excellent job of corralling him, hit him with that head kick, got hit but came back in, was throwing those tight strikes, threw that knee that was really powerful. It was super tough, and that's kind of what brought him down, was those knees going to the ground and pound and finishing the fight.
First loss for Drake Anderton. It was a seismic step up in competition to face a guy like Rich. Lasted for a couple of rounds, but for the most part, Sterling Rich shows why he's #1 in this country.
You know, it's good we're going to see two different paths, right? One person probably going pro, other person back to the drawing board, but this is a great experience for Drake to learn from, honestly, and he might be grateful, you know?
Possibly a final fight as an amateur. Sterling Rich grabs another belt. With that, we're going to make it official with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, referee Dave Selyeset has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes 55 seconds of the second round, declaring the winner by TKO and new undisputed light heavyweight champion, Sterling the Renegade Rich.
Sterling Rich. If we could get this one paused up. Sterling Rich, 9-1, another belt to add to the collection. How you feeling, my man?
I'm feeling fantastic. I felt completely present in there. I had fun. That's the goal for me right now, is wherever this goes, that's inevitable, and my job is to enjoy it, and I just enjoyed that thoroughly. Thank you, everybody who came out.
Let's talk a little bit about where we do go. 9-1, absolutely dominant. Are you going to become a pro?
Someday. Honestly, I don't have a cut and dry answer on that yet. There is a few more. I'm doing some WBC Muay Thai stuff, potentially going to Italy for that. There's a couple world organizations, MMA amateur, going to check into that, but who knows?
Continuing to grow, ladies and gentlemen, new Fierce FC amateur light heavyweight champion, Sterling Rich.
How does it feel to get back in the win column following that title loss a couple of months ago?
You know, losing is never fun, but it's really an opportunity for growth, so it's all about how you take it. I decided to learn from it, fill some holes in my game, come back stronger.
Back and in the biggest spot of his career, here is Jason Ergel.
Yeah, this is a big deal for Jason.
Very impressive by Jason Ergel.
If Tyler gets the job done tonight, for sure, he could definitely see himself in the title picture.
And new undisputed middleweight champion,
Scan the QR code on your screen right now for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk tonight, as well as additional information on future shows. Sterling Rich comes away with another belt. Couple more belts to be handed out tonight. We'll go to Jason Ergel and Tyler Call for the amateur middleweight strap. But before any of that, we do have a little bit of cleanup inside the cage. David, impressive by Sterling Rich. Going to be followed up by a good one at 185.
Yeah, I was super impressed with him. It showed his experience in the cage. He was so calm, so composed. The other thing that I would use to describe Sterling is he was fluid in the cage. Very fluid for a light heavyweight, you know. For someone 200 plus pounds, that's very impressive. He looked like a lightweight or a featherweight, you know.
All right, ready to get it going. Let's trigger it in with Jackson Hopes.
Our second title fight of the evening is sponsored by Gold's Gym, Idaho Falls. The #1 fitness center in Idaho Falls has a state-of-the-art amenities and variety of classes and the world's best trainers. Stop in and experience change with Gold's Gym, Idaho Falls. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome the challenger, Tyler Call, and then the champion, Jason Ergel, to the cage.
final amateur fight slated. Tyler Call comes into this one, returns to the cage. David, 5 years in with an abundance of lessons learned. He could top it tonight with another chance at a belt.
I am so excited for this fight. Tyler Call is not just an amazing fighter, but an amazing human. One thing going into this fight is this is, I think, his first fight as a dad. So, you know, some new life into him. He's been training super hard. He's ready to go. I'm really excited to see how he performs tonight.
Yeah, celebrated the birth of him and his wife's first child, Griffin, in September of last year. Always up to bat against the best is Tyler Call. A combined record of previous opponents, 10-1.
No, every single person he's fought has been tough, whether it be Chu, whether it be Dalton, who we just saw. Everybody he's fought has been tough, and he has done an excellent job in every single fight.
Yeah, only losses are to a pair of undefeated prospects in Shaden Polson and Alex Johnson, not to mention Chris Chu, who already had plenty of success as a pro.
This also isn't his first time fighting for a belt, so I'm hoping to see if that experience translates into the cage.
Tyler Call, an amateur from February of 2020 up until now, 8 months away. Happy to have him back. Laser focus, 3 straight and a strap to go with it. Enter the Fierce FC amateur middleweight champion, Jason Ergel. David, 43 seconds was all it took to submit an unbeaten Walker Pelto and put everyone on notice.
With all due respect to Pelto, Jason made it look easy in there that night. He looked so dominant. His jiu-jitsu was so crisp in that fight. And what's interesting about this matchup tonight is Jason's actually trained a lot with Tyler, so I'm wondering to see how that's going to translate in the cage.
Jason Ergel, massive at middleweight, standing 6'5", used his length effectively to punch Pelto with relative ease. Going to be a little bit different in there with Tyler Call, only a couple of inches shorter.
Yeah, no, both of these guys are built very similar. They have a similar skill set. Both of them are great grapplers. But yeah, Ergel is just crazy long. I mean, I don't even think I could touch the top of his head. He's so tall.
He spent some time in the room at Agima in the past. Unsure of how those rounds have gone alongside Tyler Call, but always an interesting facet to a fight.
Well, both of these guys took the fight, right? So they definitely know something that we don't know, right? Or believe something that we might not see. So it's interesting when teammates or people that have at least trained together in the past kind of bet on themselves and go for it.
Jason Ergel, the champion, won 4 of his last 5. Same can be said about Tyler Call. Pulling up that tail of the tape, powered by our friends over at R&R Barbecue. Call, 8 years the senior, headed into this one. Ergel, the 3-inch advantage in height, standing 6'5". Championship weight pinpointed for the champion. Call, 1 pound lighter at 184. 5-2 versus 5-3 in there tonight. Got a good one on hand as he steps inside the Fierce FC cage for his first title defense.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Gold's Gym, Idaho Falls. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. This fight is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds for the Fierce Fighting Championship Amateur Middleweight title. Introducing the challenger, fighting out of the blue corner, holding an amateur record of 5 wins and 3 losses. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighed in at 184 pounds. Fighting out of Agima Jiu-Jitsu and MMA, hailing from Spanish Fork, Utah, by way of Boise, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Tyler 911 Call. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding an amateur record of 5 wins and 2 losses. He stands 6 feet 5 inches tall and weighed in at 185 pounds. Fighting out of Fierce MMA and Empire MMA, hailing from Price, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for the reigning, defending, undisputed middleweight champion, Jason Ergel.
All right, we went over the rules in the back. Amateur fight, amateur rules, okay? Listen, obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times or I will stop the fight. You guys have any questions? Sure. Touch gloves if you want.
Jason Ergel eyeing that first title defense in the red gloves. Tyler Call answers back in the blue gloves. This amateur middleweight title bout is brought to you by Gold's Gym. Become the strongest version of you at Gold's Gym, an official sponsor of Fierce FC. Ergel immediately jumps into the action, sprints out of the floodgates.
I'm sure both of these guys are used to being the longer fighter. It's interesting to see how they match up.
Call typically has been not as drastic as Ergel over the course of his career, but still certainly a fair assessment as Tyler Call pressing up the champion against the cage.
Yeah, you know, and Tyler, he practices a lot from this position, obviously training with Court McGee, training with other top pros in the gym. But Ergel also has too. He's been coming in on Wednesday nights time to time. So both of these guys have really great skill from the cage.
Been a staple over at Agima for years at this point. Ergel looking for an ankle pick.
He's so long, he's able to reach down on a 6'3" Tyler Call. It's crazy.
Call finds his way to the bottom. Ergel trying to make his weight present.
I think the thing that people might underestimate with Tyler is his jiu-jitsu game is very solid. Just a really good grappler. You know, we know him kind of as the smooth striker on the feet, breaking orbitals, but he can do some damage on bottom too. But Ergel is a master of control, whether a few fights ago controlling Bane on his back or his other opponents like Walker Pelto just does a phenomenal job from these positions. 3 submission wins by Jason Ergel of his 5. Tyler Call, a BJJ purple belt, obviously defends submission successfully over the course of his 8 fights. Never been submitted throughout his time as an amateur. Yeah. And Ergel's doing a great job, honestly, of keeping Tyler's head on the cage pin. But Tyler now has a triangle and, you know, is threatening some submissions.
Call trying to find something from the bottom. Ergel able to pop his head out. 1 minute to go, round 1 of a possible 5.
And going right to side control. Tyler's pushing off of that cage. He probably needs to utilize that cage a bit more to kind of escape. Ergel's going to a case of Katami or a Scarfold as Tyler shrimps out. Quite competitive right here.
Moved away from the cage is Call. Jason Ergel got him alone on an island right now.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, Ergel's obviously not doing many strikes, but Tyler's so sneaky on bottom, I think it kind of mitigates itself to be the standalone position.
Jason Ergel got a couple of wins by decision in his career as well. Last one was versus Michael Pfeiffer in September of 2023.
Yeah, Ergel has a lot of really good experience, whether it be a first-round submission or going the distance. He's well-versed.
Not only that, but is still 21, turns 22 in a couple of weeks.
Crazy.
That'll close out the first frame. Jason Ergel spends a lot of time on top. Tyler Call did throw up a triangle shot, but didn't really pick up a whole lot of momentum, David.
Yeah, I mean, got taken down, was able to do some stuff from guard, but yeah, it just didn't translate to a submission, major submission threat. And Ergel was just able to kind of dominate on top. More of a control position than really like any ground and pound or anything. So from a judge's perspective, it's still kind of up in the air, but he looked pretty good on top.
Over with Jason Ergel right now. Their corner, Aldo Aregia, occupying some corner space alongside his dad, Steve Ergel. Well aware that Tyler Call is the most polished opponent Jason has faced to date, and right now they're passing the test.
And speaking of who's in his corner, his dad honestly will corner anyone. You know, when somebody needs their hands wrapped, like he's so willing to serve the MMA community. It's really cool to see both of those guys here tonight.
Both guys a massive aid to the Fierce Fighting Championship show. Always here no matter what. They come up from Price, Utah, whether it's Salt Lake, Idaho, you name it, they will be there. Tyler Call on the other side, ready to get things going. Top of round 2, brought to you by Gold's Gym in Idaho Falls.
You know, in some of Tyler's past fights, sometimes he's been a little like gun shy or trigger shy. Like sometimes he has a hard time like finding his groove. The one benefit that he might have in this fight is it's a 5-round, 15-minute fight. He might be able to find that and by the end of the fight do some damage.
Call fought in a championship setting once before versus Alex Johnson back in February of 2024. He went the full 15 in that one. Right now, Jason Ergel trying to do some more of what he did in round 1.
Yeah, Ergel's pressure, you know, he's just so big and so long. I think sometimes you don't really think of the long and lanky person as being very strong, but oftentimes using that leverage and that reach, they do have quite the strength advantage to get takedowns just like that.
Ergel dips underneath. Call starts to put together a couple of punches from the bottom.
Now, Call had some success here last round where he was able to at least lock up the triangle, but now that Ergel's kind of familiar with that, will he be able to do it again? We'll see what type of adjustment that Ergel makes.
And as the minutes continue to add on, they get more slippery and slippery, submissions harder to come by.
Yeah, you should definitely try doing jiu-jitsu in a gi and seeing how sticky, how much friction there is compared to being super sweaty after 15 minutes of rolling. It's very different with your shirt off.
Ergel bursting a bit, opening up some opportunities for Tyler Call, but still remaining in that closed guard.
Well, you can hear Ergel's corner just pleading with him not to get exposed, not to open up too much, but to stay tight. And Tyler's just staying calm, cool as a cucumber down there.
Jason Ergel been making the rounds at gyms all over Utah, looking for some variation in training partners.
No, he's super friendly, super kind. Every time he comes into our gym, I'm always saying hi to him and chatting him up because he's just kind of a friendly dude.
Punishing the body right now. About 60 seconds to go, round 2.
You know, Ergel might win this fight just off of the control alone, honestly. He's just doing such a phenomenal job of staying in these positions, and he's kind of shutting down Tyler's submission game, though Tyler is getting some damage, and he is actually hitting him from bottom too, so it's tough because, you know, I'm not a judge. I'm grateful I'm not. I would probably do a horrible job. These guys do an amazing job, so they know best, but it's always tough when one person's in one position and the other one's constantly in the other.
Tyler Call, no wins by submission. Spending a lot of time on bottom right now as we close in on 6 minutes.
Looks like he's going for an omoplata almost, but Ergel's able to kind of throw him over.
Saw him bid for that a little bit earlier as well. Ergel able to shut it down. He does it once again.
You know, and just watching Ergel, I have a feeling like as if he became pro, he would definitely use elbows. Like he's in all these great positions to be throwing down on Tyler.
Is that frustrating as an amateur, and how much do you need to be aware of that to not let your reflexes get the most of you?
I mean, rules are rules, right? And you have to keep the rules as an amateur. But I will say, like, especially for someone like me who, you know, I'm getting ready to throw elbows and some different things, like, it is kind of a weird transition. Now I'm wearing elbow pads in practice. I get on top of people, and it's like, oh, yeah, I could throw this, or I could slam this down, do the icebreaker, you know, all that jazz.
Are you throwing elbows for the first time in your training career, or have you been doing it for years at this point?
Honestly, you should be doing it as an amateur because you should be prepared, and you go with other teammates that are pros, so you should be ready for those. But honestly, I think sometimes we get so fixated on the rules or what we're supposed to do in our fight, and we don't want to screw it up, right, and break the rules.
Tyler Call, not a lot of big moments just yet, spent most of this fight on bottom. What's he got to do to change course?
I really think that he needs to just give more pressure. He kind of looks like a deer kind of in the headlights right now. He's just a little phased. He needs to kind of get on his horse and start moving. Footwork would really help. Tyler has some crisp hands, so if he can kind of utilize that footwork to be able to use his hands, I think that would benefit him greatly.
Immediately seeing some more bounce from the Agima fighter. Steps inside, gets a shot to land.
And Ergel has these swinging, looping punches that are powerful, but you can see Tyler's moving that head pretty well. Moves his legs, stays in range to throw strikes just like that.
Tyler Call finding some success up top. Jason Ergel answers back. Clocked on the chin, pushes back the champion's head.
He is crazy at creating an angle, throwing that 2 over the top and other combos. They just come in flurries. It's amazing to watch.
Call with 3 TKO victories over the past 5 years.
I mean, he dang near broke Dalton's orbital with strikes like that a few years ago, so he can really put somebody down with those strikes.
Urgel going back to what he knows best. But for a moment, though, it looked as though Tyler Call was about to shut things off.
And the crowd was getting into that, too. You know, if I'm in the corner of Tyler, I would be kind of telling him to ditch the guard game. Even though he has a great guard, he's not really able to utilize it because Urgel's just so long and so capable of holding him down. He needs to be kind of working up, utilizing that cage that is right next to him to kind of stand up or trying to circle so he can kick off of the cage to get away.
Tyler Tomlinson pushing for some activity for Jason Urgel. He rips a shot from the top right there.
Yeah, no, he's throwing strikes and he's trying to stay active, but Tyler is just super sneaky with those legs, and I think Urgel was a little shocked from the first triangle attempt, how dangerous that was. Makes it tough to throw again, you know, and do big things.
Just about a minute remaining here in round number 3, championship rounds on the other side of this one.
You could see Tyler trying to scoot off and create space, and Urgel will just collapse that space instantly. And you can see Urgel, maybe not on the screen, but we can see Urgel has his head right in front of Tyler's face, his chin, and that's really difficult because it makes it difficult for Tyler to stand up. He needs to have his head higher than Urgel's in order to build up and be able to come back up onto the cage.
Good work muting the mobility of Tyler Call right now by the champion. Strolling with the control time at the moment as we close out round 3, about 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, Urgel's seems to be pretty content just getting ground and pound from here. Tyler's defending. Good block from Tyler on that one. And you can see he's kind of trying to grab the underhooks, maybe go for a violent armbar. But no luck here in this round.
6 minutes still to go in this one. Dozen minutes down so far. Call trudges over to his corner. Some light there for a moment, but Jason Urgel imposing at the moment.
Yeah, if I'm Court McGee right now, I'd be trying to yell, motivate. I'd be kind of trying to wake him up. If I'm in Urgel's corner, I would be telling him to keep doing what he's doing, but he needs to stay patient. He can't get overzealous and allow Tyler the opportunity to get some strikes off in the standing or submission on the ground.
We heard a little bit of it, too, because we were backed over in the corner of the broadcast booth, but Tyler Tomlinson might start standing this up.
Yeah, you know, we're into round 4 now, right? And even though they are kind of staying active, there isn't like major things happening in the fight. So there is a potential that it could be stood up, and it's subjective.
We saw Dave Selyusted stand up a few fighters earlier on in the night.
It can happen.
Might be seeing it. Always seems to be controversial in one way or another.
You know, I'm of the belief that I think unless they're like literally just laying there, I think that you should keep the fighters on the ground because that's realistic, you know, and if somebody can't get up, that's their fault. But I also understand from a viewing perspective, it's very important to be able to have action.
Short uppercut hits for Jason Urgel as he looks to get right back at home.
Tyler's trying to crossface, use some overhooks to defend. You know, it's tricky because Urgel's so long, but even as I kind of watch now, Urgel looks bigger, honestly. Like, not just longer, but bigger and a little more physical than Tyler in this situation. And Urgel's doing some nasty stuff with the leg stomps. Those are kind of annoying. I don't know how much they affect the judging or anything, but they do kind of play a factor. Your toes do matter.
Talking about the weight, a 1 pound differential between the two. Call tipped the scales at 184, Urgel at 185.
Yeah.
Drop down once again, a weighty dump as Tyler Call cocks his head back on the bottom.
The thing that I'm noticing from Urgel is he gets people to the cage, and I don't think they're used to going against someone with that long of arms. Now Tyler's doing a great job of kicking off of this cage. Maybe he can get a reversal here, but Urgel's arms are just so long, he's able to grab that double leg. He hooks or latches on right beneath the person's butt and then is able to squeeze them and pull them down. It's very deceiving because you wouldn't think that he'd be able to do it from that position. Kind of like Jordan Burroughs, if you're a wrestling fan, he has super long arms, and that was one of the ways that he was able to get so many blast double legs in his collegiate career.
Halfway point of round number 4.
Tyler's looking a little tired. But once again, Urgel's just okay staying on top, chiseling away. He's going for a reverse Americana here. This is actually one of my favorite submissions from bottom side control. But now Urgel's going to switch. He's going to go for a Darce here. You can see how he's linking up his arms. Now he has them locked. It could also potentially be kind of like a guillotine choke too, but looks like he's going to try to swing this around and get the Darce.
Call posting on his own head. Saw the submission threat potentially there as Urgel peppers in a shot.
No, Tyler's no slouch, and you can see he's defending everything, and he's constantly moving, but Urgel's just a tough opponent for him.
Back into a guillotine, same spot in which Walker Pelto was finished a few months ago. Can the champion rinse and repeat here?
That was a crazy transition. You know, Tyler went up to defend.
There's the tap! Jason Urgel just too good, successful in his first title defense.
Beautiful transition to that submission. Super tight, locked it in, and loaded and fired.
Jason Urgel, a purple belt coming into this. Might be seeing a brown belt if I've heard through the grapevine correctly, David. I say it quietly because they're pretty close to the cage, but a massive win for him. Still on a hot streak, and now a successful defense at 185 pounds.
I mean, like I mentioned earlier, Tyler, he defended all of Dalton's takedowns a few years ago, who is a prestigious wrestler in judoka. To see Urgel kind of do what he did tonight, I mean, brown belt kind of sounds right.
Let's take a look at the transition presented by R&R Barbecue. David, it's all yours.
So Tyler did the right thing in the sense of he went for the takedown. He was able to stand up, right? You don't want to be on your bottom. But Urgel was able to kind of use that to his advantage and transition so well from being offensive on top to offensive on bottom.
All right. Back with the title defense, crowning the winner, Jackson Hoops makes his way inside. We'll kick it to him.
Fierce fans, referee Tyler Tomlinson has called a stop to this contest at 2 minutes, 41 seconds of the 4th round, declaring the winner by submission due to a guillotine choke, and still the undisputed middleweight champion, Jason Urgel.
Jason Urgel, now a brown belt. That's got to feel good after a successful title defense.
It feels amazing. I just want to say, like, I'm so grateful to Tyler and his team over at Agima for taking this fight. You guys are true warriors. I appreciate everything you've done for me in the past. It was an honor to share the cage with you, and I love you guys.
Was the game plan to grapple throughout the entirety of it? Were you aware of kind of the tip and scales in terms of your grappling versus his?
Honestly, my game plan was to kind of just take the fight wherever it goes, and I really just felt like the grappling was there more than anything. And so I saw it and I just took it.
Walk us through this finish here. That was basically the exact same thing you did against Walker Pelto to win this belt. Talk to us a little bit about it.
I mean, I remember he had scrambled up, and then I tried to block the hips, and then he reshot for the takedown, and then after that he kind of just left his neck open, and I saw it, so I just took it, and I felt it was there, so I just kept squeezing it.
And still, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jason Urgel.
Hi, I'm Jason Laporte, Fierce Fighting Championship commentator and general sales manager at Performance Honda in Bountiful. We are the fastest growing Honda dealership in the state, and we have one of the largest certified pre-owned inventories in the state of Utah. Our service department has master technicians with over 100 years experience collectively.
Bienvenidos a Performance Honda Bountiful, donde los atendemos en español y les ponemos una sonrisa todos los días.
Visit us at 2215 South 500 West or performancehondabountiful.com.
Scan the QR code on your screen right now for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk tonight, as well as additional information on future shows. And still for Jason Ergel, a couple of photos inside the cage with his crew. Unbelievable by him. The growth over the years, David, he is really filling in to himself and his skill set.
And over the years, yes, but he's still only 21 and just got a brown belt. There is a long road for him to go. I'm very excited to see what type of fighter he becomes because he has a lot of life left in his career.
Possibly a professional future. We'll have to see what leads for Jason Ergel out of Price, Utah, as well as Empire MMA in Cedar City. Amateurs are done, 11 down, 4 still to go. We jump to the pros. Jacob Mendenhall, Mark Gonzalez kickstart it for us.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening is sponsored by R&R Barbecue. With their savory menu and catering options, their recipes, spice rubs, barbecue sauces, and smoking techniques will leave you full with every meal at R&R Barbecue. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome our first two professional fighters to the cage, Mark Gonzalez and then Jacob Mendenhall.
All right, there he is, coming off a career-defining performance. Enter Mark Gonzalez. David, from a defending champ to a pro debut, it's been all excitement for the fighter out of One Hit MMA.
He had an illustrious amateur career, beating some of the top prospects in the country. I'm very excited to see him get in the cage and officially become a professional fighter.
9 amateur fights from 2020 to 2024, 7-2 in that time. The tail end of it, dominant.
No, and this dude is a freak athlete. Let me tell you, I actually went over to his gym once, did a tornado kick, like a Taekwondo-style kick. He sent me a video of him doing the exact same kick at heavyweight. It was so crazy. Yeah, he's a talented athlete.
Mark Gonzalez set to dance with Jacob Mendenhall. I love the storyline of Mendenhall beating Mark's good friend and training partner, Mason Moyes, who is in the corner tonight and now meeting with Mark immediately after.
Yeah, sometimes the MMA world is a small world, and, you know, he had a great fight, Mendenhall did, and it looks like Mark's going to come back and try to rewrite that loss for his friend.
Gonzalez rose to the rank of top amateur heavyweight in the West Coast after his win over Igor Lakicevic. All that is in the past as the pro career kicks off. Mark Gonzalez, 38 years old. He'll be 39 next week. Says he certainly wants to cut his teeth into the professional career.
That was an epic walkout. Anyone coming out to Kendrick Lamar, respect to you. That was sick.
All orchestrated by the great Mark Gonzalez. Waiting for him is Jacob Mendenhall. Well, he graduated from the amateur ranks and now returns to dig his heels as a pro. Here is Jacob Mendenhall. David, it was gas tank for gas tank in his last walk, and he came away with his hand raised.
I was extremely impressed with that performance. I was actually on that card and remembered just how tough he was to watch him fight and have a grueling win like that. Very, very tough fighter.
2 of his last 3 fights have ended in the first frame. Stellar stand-up found him in front for the majority of his amateur career.
Yeah, no, he can throw with the best of them, and I think it was the right decision for him to go pro. You know, he's 3-1, had 4 fights, but he was very confident in his wins and looked really sharp.
Breaking it down a little bit, 3-1, 2 wins by TKO, 1 win by decision. Just a year and a half as an amateur.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. He's already kind of coming in as a pro. It just goes to show that maybe there isn't like a kind of like a path that you're supposed to take. Everyone kind of has a different story in that cage tonight.
Let's pull up the numbers as we head to the land of the heavyweights. 3 of our final 4 fights will be with the biggest and baddest Fierce has to offer. Gonzalez, the older fighter at 38, Mendenhall, the taller of the 2 by 1 inch, an extra 7 pounds on the Utah fighter last night at 262. Pro debut for both, 7-2 the amateur record for Gonzalez, 3-1 as an amateur for Mendenhall.
Here's fans. This fight is sponsored by R&R Barbecue. This fight is a professional heavyweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyused. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, making his professional debut. He stands 6 feet tall and weighing in at 262 pounds. Fighting out of One Hit MMA, hailing from Layton, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for the former amateur heavyweight champion, Mark the Kung Fu Panda Gonzalez. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, also making his professional debut, he stands 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing in at 255 pounds. Fighting out of Legacy Martial Arts, hailing from Nampa, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Jacob the Titan Mendenhall.
First pro rep for Jacob Mendenhall in the red gloves. Similar situation for Mark Gonzalez, who dons the blue gloves. This heavyweight bout is brought to you by R&R Barbecue, 9-time Utah's best barbecue team and still the best to ever hit you in the lips. R&R Barbecue, an official sponsor of Fierce FC.
Man, I love R&R Barbecue. Shout out to those guys. So good.
Do a great job. Mendenhall blitzes early.
Coming out hot is Mendenhall.
Pumps out punches so effectively. That one, a little bit more rampant.
And Mark's no slouch to heavy hitters and grapplers. But Mark, yeah, he's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Gonzalez lays over the top of Mendenhall, back against the cage for the Nampa, Idaho fighter.
You know, sometimes it's interesting. Sometimes you get a fighter like Mark, who he's on the shorter side of heavyweight, but he is a big boy. He is, you know, super crazy strong, and sometimes the leverage on the cage and kind of being underneath the person, it allows you to kind of keep them there and, you know, be able to push forward.
Mark Gonzalez bidding for a bit of a pedestrian start. He is 4-1 when going to decisions. I know we're only about 1 minute into this one, but just a quick note as to his wrestling pedigree as well as his ability to drag things out.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if either of these guys, being their pro debut, utilize elbows and knees in different ways that they didn't use in their amateur career.
And imagine the power that can be produced by both of these guys. 255, 262 last night. Imagine what they're at right now.
You just saw him throw a knee right there, but it kind of exposed him for the takedown.
Mendenhall over in One Hit MMA real estate right now.
Oh yeah, he's with all those boys, you know, Cole Faust, Amin Garcia. But the crazy thing, I've trained with Mark before. At heavyweight, he could keep up with me on the speed. Like, he is a very talented athlete. I don't know if it always translates in the cage, but he's looking good tonight.
2 cardiovasculars that are always prioritized in there. Don't always see that at heavyweight. These guys cut from a different cloth.
No, and both of these guys, like I said, I think it was the right choice for them to go pro at this point in their careers. Specifically, you know, Mark with several fights and being upwards of 40, you know, this is kind of the time for him to shoot his shot and make it big.
I've talked to Mark in the past, and despite some of the beautiful KOs that he has had, especially that one that he had versus Lauren Sua late last year. He does call himself a grappler. That is where he started this whole thing.
Oh, yeah. I've never met a heavyweight quite like him. There's a reason they call him the Panda, because he can throw some Kung Fu Panda kicks for sure. He's doing a great job of just utilizing his weight. Obviously, he's in the closed guard, but you can see how he's shifting his hips. Mendenhall's leg is at a 90-degree angle. That's a very uncomfortable spot to be. In jiu-jitsu, this would probably be a frustrating position, right? You're trying to pass the guard, do a knee slice or Toriando pass. But in this context, he has him pinned against the cage, and he's able to use it just like that.
Gonzalez debuted a couple of elbows moments ago, now heads over to the back. The instincts are sharp with about a minute 40 to go, round one.
Yeah, and Jacob really needs to get off this cage. He doesn't want to be here for very long, because having 265 plus pounds on you, that can be very taxing.
Cage chimes as Mark Gonzalez goes for a foot stomp, now pulling out the table as Mendenhall sits back down.
What's been interesting is Mark is actually starting with the double leg and then switching to a single leg. Generally, like we saw in the last fight with Ergel, he would go from a single leg to the double leg because he had such long arms. But for Mark, there's quite the contrast. He has short arms. He's able to utilize that single leg, do the seat dump, almost like a Cain Velasquez or a Daniel Cormier.
Ooh. Beautiful shot lands to the breadbasket for Gonzalez in close quarters. Mendenhall spent the brunt of this round on bottom.
I know most amateurs, they're just chomping at the bit to throw those elbows. And they, like we were mentioning earlier, might not be used to it. And so it's kind of cool to see them starting to utilize that. I see Mark's corner is actually telling them to throw those elbows down, make it a grimy fight.
Here another elbow called out by the corner. Mark Gonzalez. So far, so good for him in the pro debut.
No, he's looking sharp, and quite frankly, it's come down to the excellent grappling.
Weighty elbow lands flush on the face for Gonzalez. A beautiful first round to debut as a pro.
So remind me, Blake, is the 12-6 elbows legal now?
It is now legal, yes.
That was so cool. That was so cool to see, because for years, man, true hardcore MMA fans have been dying to get that to reverse the loss that John Jones had to Mark Hamill from its, the icebreaker elbow. So it was cool to actually see that live in person for once.
And that's not any light pressure when it's coming from the Kung Fu Panda. It comes with a lot of heat. Mendenhall, quite durable.
No, I'm wondering how from 3 minutes to 5 minutes, right? Even though these guys have some championship experience, same amount of time fighting, that's 2 extra breaks in between the fights. Now they're doing 5 minutes, 1 minute break. It does change the dynamics.
Always interested to see how that transition comes to be. Right now, Mark Gonzalez in the lead as we kick it off to the top of round 2, presented by R&R Barbecue. Dave Selyusted, couple more assignments for him as the third man in the cage here at Fierce Fighting Championship 39.
Quite the exchange. Mark's eyes are wide open. That punch must have hit him pretty hard.
Mendenhall tried to go for a spinning attack. Gonzalez privy to it.
Yeah, I don't know if the spinning attacks are the move at heavyweight. I don't know. Maybe I'm judging.
Joel Haro shaking his fist somewhere in the world.
What a legend. Shout out to you, Joel.
A little bit of blood dripping from the nose of Mendenhall, listening to his corner well as Gonzalez tries to take this one back down.
Once again, going back to that single drop. Mark, he's really perfected that and shown it in this fight, honestly. He must be hitting this on a lot of people in the gym, too. Now, Mendenhall's doing a good job. He just used that cage pretty professionally to come up. That was very impressive from a heavyweight. Speaking of moves that a heavyweight can do, Mendenhall might be rewriting history for us.
Mendenhall tried to turn that into a transition. Gonzalez fully forward, able to get it right back to a familiar spot.
I would really like to see Mendenhall just get off the cage. He needs to be pushing, framing on the face. Mark kind of has his head down a lot of the times on the cage. Beautiful throw right there, though.
Lifts Mendenhall off of the canvas as he drops him down. Mark Gonzalez right now batting 1,000.
Yeah, he just manhandled him right there. That was almost like his teammate Amin Garcia against Talon back in the day, chucking his opponent. That's kind of what it looked like right there.
That's a great callback.
Yeah. I watch some fights.
Stuck in side control right now is Jacob Mendenhall. Hasn't been able to produce much from here as Mark Gonzalez elbows to the body once again, continuing to bruise that midsection.
Yeah, I think that Mark, he's finding some success with those elbows because his arms are so short, so maybe he's not able to do the full swing on the elbow, but he can do those short, super tight elbows that really sting.
Not much of a submission threat for Mark Gonzalez so far. Only had one in his amateur career. It was back in June of 2024. Right now, more so just making sure to staple the hips down to the canvas as he continues to ground and pound.
Yeah, I think it's so different, and it's based on the weight class and the physique that you have, right? Like Mark is this big, heavy guy at heavyweight, short and stocky, but huge. And that weight, that's suffocating, and he's able to do a lot of damage from there versus somebody like me at 125 pounds, I'm having to look for submissions and do some other things.
Minute 45 to go, round 2. Gonzalez doing more of what he did in round 1.
It's interesting to see Mendenhall kind of stay in that turtle position. Mark's kind of coming to the front, more like a collegiate wrestler using a cow catcher, underhook. Now he's kind of on top, just using that ground and pound, going back to the elbows. He needs to be careful of the back of the head, though, with those elbows. He needs to be coming in front, and I think Dave's communicating that.
Nice work by Dave Selyusted. Another elbow lands, grazing the back, but the Idaho Falls crowd really getting into this one as Mark Gonzalez continues to roll downhill.
Yeah, I know as a fan sometimes you want to see like the knockouts from the feet, but watching this fight, this has been a very exciting fight and dominant, right? Like Mark isn't just sitting there. He's not just chilling. He's actively utilizing his grappling to do some damage, and people love that.
Mark Gonzalez pulled back his arm quite quickly. I wonder if Mendenhall was holding on to it. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I saw Dave shake his head. I think it might have been from the elbow, though. He needs to be careful of those elbows, or he might get a warning or point taken potentially,
Might be having a little bit too much fun in there.
Yeah. He's doing the right thing, though. And Mendenhall, bless his heart, but he needs to get up and start kind of getting back to his feet where he can potentially have some damage done.
Saw him a few moments ago look over at his corner and shake his head, unsure of what was being communicated.
Yeah, now he's just covering up, unfortunately.
Final seconds here, round 2. We'll close it out with 5 more minutes to go. Mendenhall winces as he heads back to his stool.
Looking a little ginger. Probably, obviously gassed from that, but maybe some injuries too, or some damage done.
Down and hunched over. No stool in there. More so just crouched.
I don't know what's going on. Did he do this the first round?
I don't recall, but I also don't believe so.
Interesting.
Just hearing from our producer, he didn't actually have a stool. I wonder if they even brought it or what that might be. Maybe it was a strategy to try to stay upright. Over in the corner, Mark Gonzalez, he's sitting down and sitting pretty.
Earlier I had mentioned how MMA is such a young sport. People have different beliefs on what to do. You got some people upside down, some people sitting, some people laying back like we saw tonight, so it just depends.
Who's doing it upside down?
Is it Glover? I think it's Glover. No,
in between rounds?
Alexei Olenek. Alexei Olenek, he goes upside down, kicks his legs up onto the cage.
In between rounds?
Yeah, in between rounds.
How have I never seen this?
Yeah, crazy, huh? Gets the blood flow down to the head, right, where it matters.
All right. I'd like to consult a doctor about that, but top of round 3 we go. Gonzalez looked for a kill shot, pulled it back.
There's a reason they call it martial arts, right? There's an artistic component to this art. Interpretation.
Sure. Mendenhall able to land an inside leg kick.
See, this is where Mendenhall needs to be versus here.
Lightning fast entry for Gonzalez. More of the same as he continues to dominate here in the pro debut.
Honestly, I'm very impressed with Gonzalez. I think Gonzalez could probably go with just about anyone in the heavyweight division right now.
And David, I will also mention this again, 38 right now, 39 next week. Doesn't look like it.
No, not at all. In fact, we actually talked about that a few months ago where he told me that he feels younger than ever, more athletic than ever, best shape of his life. That's what MMA can do to you. It can really change your life, you know?
Gonzalez had some stark weight losses over the course of his time in the MMA rule space. Obviously still a heavyweight, but was not a healthy heavyweight when he first stepped through those doors at One Hit MMA.
I'm pretty sure he cuts weight to make heavyweight, right?
A little bit, I believe. Yesterday at 262, so probably something.
Okay, I know, I think in the past he has, but that's been one thing that I know his coaches has kind of worked on. They've kind of been like, hey, you need to get serious about this. Yes, you're a heavyweight. Yes, you get to eat whatever you want, but you are now a professional athlete, and things change.
He did used to walk around heavier. I'm not sure about right now, but like you were talking about, maybe just taking it more seriously as a professional.
That was such a beautiful way of manhandling him. Notice how he took his hand, he got a 2-on-1 more like a wrestler would, and just yanked him back, and now he's back on top. Pretty content just staying right here, it looks like. Another elbow. Powerful from Mr. Gonzalez.
Gonzalez holds a 1-1 amateur kickboxing record on top of that 7-2 amateur career from 2020 to 2024.
And it's interesting, he goes from hip to hip, he switches back to the front, and now he goes for the wrist right. And he's kind of done that pattern this entire time. I don't know if he's trying to set up like a certain submission or maybe there's just preferences on the control that he likes. But you can tell he definitely has this like wrestling influence. Grabbing the ankle right there, that's a very much so like top wrestler, you know, Penn State, Iowa style wrestler being on top.
Adding on to it with some knees to the body is Mark Gonzalez, former amateur heavyweight champion. Apologize, David. Go ahead.
Oh, no, yeah, and you can see Mark's chest straight on his back. He has all of his weight on top of him. For the most part, Mark's actually been on his toes a lot of the time. I mean, that's like 260-plus pounds right on top of you, which is not fun for Mendenhall.
Mendenhall trying to get his way back up. Mark Gonzalez still controlling.
Yeah, this is a tough one for Mendenhall thus far. There's still 1:30 left, and he has a puncher's chance, but this is a tricky one to come back from.
Stiff shot hit moments ago for Gonzalez. Mendenhall immediately closed the distance again.
He's going back to that single leg. Notice how he's grabbing by the Achilles. He's going to straighten the leg out and bring him down.
If we had live stats, I would be so curious of the control time as well as the amount of takedowns and the accuracy of them, because Mark Gonzalez has been doing anything he wants in there.
Well, what's crazy to me is like the last time I think Mark Gonzalez fought here or somewhere close to here, I don't know, he got like a super quick knockout. And it was like beautiful striking.
At the Maverick Center versus Lawrence Sua to win the amateur the amateur heavyweight championship.
It was at the Maverick Center. Like, that was so crazy. It was so quick. We were commentating that, and it was so fast, and so I knew him kind of as a striker. But watching tonight, he looks like a D1 wrestler on the mats.
It was August of last year. His first Fierce Walk was then. He's been so good with that win over Igor Lakicevic, and what we're seeing now in the final 15 seconds of round number 3 seems to be cruising to a 1-0 record as a pro.
Yeah, there's some desperation from Mendenhall right now trying to kick off of that cage, but it might not matter in a few seconds.
Heavy lean for Mark Gonzalez, as it looks like he's going to move to 1-0 as a pro. Dominant as an amateur, dominant as a pro.
Honestly, some of those rounds might have been 10-8s. That was a very dominant performance, and I think every single heavyweight, whether they're here in their arena tonight or somewhere else, they should be worried right now.
So curious of how much longer Mark wants to do this. Obviously, we talked about his age a couple of times, but certainly wants to make his way into the fierce rankings.
Right,
lots of big names.
Congrats.
Gonzalez comes over, talks a little bit about his wrestling. He showed it, and then some. Jacob Mendenhall certainly frustrated by the pro debut performance.
And I quote, "Fat boy can wrestle."
I couldn't hear it. I'm glad you were able to piece it
the
together.
fat boy can wrestle. That was a great quote from Mark Gonzalez.
We'll see what else he has to say in the post-fight interview. That is now 3 consecutive wins at Fierce Fighting Championship for Mark Gonzalez. He has been unbelievable since he's made the step over here to Fierce Fighting Championship, and now seems to be in greener pastures right now, David.
You know,
unbelievable.
Honestly, sometimes all it takes is somebody to believe in you, or for you to believe in yourself, to help you realize what you can truly be in this sport. I know for me, I kind of had a similar experience, and so I'm grateful to see Mark go through that.
All right, looks as though we've got scorecards in hand. We'll wrangle the fighters and make it official with our man, Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The judges score this contest 30-27, 30-27, and 30-26, declaring the winner by unanimous decision, Mark the Kung Fu Panda Gonzalez.
Mark Gonzalez, incredible at the close of the amateur career, and you match it here in the pro debut. How you feeling, my man?
Yeah, I'm tired of shit.
How tough was Jacob Mendenhall, and how hard was it to keep him matted for so much of the fight?
100% respect for Jacob. You know, he fought my teammate back in September and won. And this was kind of my vengeance for my buddy. You know, it's my teammate, my brother. I know I love him to death, and I respect the hell out of Jacob. So strong, holy cow. Man, he's tough, but it's the reason why I'm a former champ.
Was wrestling the game plan throughout the entirety of this camp?
Hell no, I'm too fat for that. The plan was to use my hands, but when I saw him standing up, straight up, coming in, I'm like, the legs are there, we gotta take it. And yes, fat people can wrestle. It's sloppy, but we still can wrestle.
Unbelievable as a pro, ladies and gentlemen. 1-0 for Mark Gonzalez.
Let's go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Let's go!
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Let's go. Let's go.
Scan the QR code to download the Right Move Utah app. And once downloaded, you will automatically be entered to win a VIP experience at FFC 40 on April 11th. 5 guests will receive dinner, Fierce FC swag, signed posters, and other prizes courtesy of Right Move Utah. Huge moment for Mark Gonzalez. He was tired in there, David.
I mean, after 15 minutes of grueling wrestling like that, a wrestling match is only like 6 minutes long, so times that by like 2.5, and yeah, that's a fight.
Mix in the strikes as well.
Yeah, that is, I mean, the anxiety of having the strikes with the wrestling is just crazy, you know, and it makes it really tough.
Another good one here as we continue to go about the pros. Javier Beltran waiting alongside Eric Tier to go. We'll kick it to Jackson Hooks.
Fierce fans, our next fight of the evening. It is sponsored by Clean Juice. Their organic juice and food bar are handcrafted with the highest quality ingredients, making Clean Juice a juice and food bar you can trust. Your health journey starts here with Clean Juice. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Eric Tier and then Javier Beltran to the cage.
Turning it right around is Eric Tier. David hasn't gone his way yet, but intrigue is up as he returns down 15 pounds to welterweight.
I'm actually very happy that he's coming down a weight class. I think that's the right weight class for him. He might be able to change kind of the outcome of his career with that weight class change, but you guys can see it on the screen. He is a wild man.
Headhunted early last fight, getting hungrier and hungrier to strike that win column.
And honestly, like, he has some pretty good skills. He's pretty tough. I think it just, you know, things just haven't meshed well, and yeah, we'll see if this this fight tonight can be his one.
You see the 0-8 record, but he is 1-0 in Muay Thai. It was a round 1 TKO back in April of 2024. Believes he can do that once again here tonight.
And not only does he have that win, but he definitely has a win on TikTok and Instagram with Fierce Fighting Championship. So
give a little context to that if you could for the fans who might not know.
I can't exactly remember the video, but it was so weird. He was just going crazy in there and punching the bag. He was out in his backyard, I think. It was crazy.
Pacing before the walk, nearly 2 years spent on the sidelines. Back once again is Javier Beltran. David, 4 fights as an amateur, all of them knockouts in the first or second round.
I do not know what they feed the guys at Top Dog Boxing, but having Justin Horsley in your corner, teammates with Anthony Castro, like, these guys know how to scrap.
Full Force MMA, Top Dog Boxing, home to some of the hottest highlight reel finishes over the past few months. Anthony Castro and what Justin Horsley did here in the co-main event back in November.
Yeah, back in November, I swear that Justin Horsley started an earthquake in Idaho Falls with his knockout. The whole stadium was going crazy, and I could see Javier potentially doing the same thing tonight.
Javier Beltran ranked the #1 amateur welterweight in the state of Idaho at the time of this jump. A huge opportunity for him here at the Mountain America Center.
Yeah, I think this is going to be kind of his coming out party to see if he could be a legit pro and a legit blue chip prospect looking for a bigger promotion.
After scouring for nearly an hour on the internet, no footage of him anywhere. Hard to expect anything specific if you're Eric Tier.
I mean, I don't think we need it. We talked to Justin Horsley, one of his cornermen, before the fights, and he was like, oh yeah, this kid can scrap. Don't you guys worry. We're ready for a good fight tonight.
Some staggering numbers for this one at welterweight. Tail of the tape courtesy of R&R Barbecue. Largest age discrepancy on this card at 19 years between Tier at 43 and Beltran at 24. Tier, the taller man for this one at 6'2", both within that welterweight threshold of 171 pounds. Pro debut for Beltran. We note his 4-0 amateur span as Tier seeks his first professional win. With that, let's get the gears turning with Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, this fight is sponsored by Clean Juice. This fight is a professional welterweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds. And when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding a professional record of 0 wins and 8 losses. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighed in at 171 pounds. Fighting as an independent fighter, hailing from Bozeman, Montana. Fierce fans, make some noise for Eric Lizardman Tier. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, making his professional debut. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighed in at 168.5 pounds. Fighting at a full force MMA and top dog boxing, hailing from Burley, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Javier, the Wild Boy Beltran.
Targeting a successful start to the pro career is Javier Beltran in the red gloves. Eric Tier seeks pro win number 1 in the blue gloves. This welterweight bout is brought to you by Clean Juice, the newest place for a healthy juice. Clean Juice, an official sponsor of Fierce FC.
You know, as you kind of look at them standing side by side, it might be easy to kind of count Tier out, but he's looking in pretty good shape. Probably the best shape I've seen him in the Fierce cage, honestly.
First time back at welterweight in a little bit of time. This is where he wanted to be. Felt as though this might be the missing piece to get that first professional win.
You guys know age is just a number.
Tier active early, hasn't hit anything just yet, but a couple of leg kicks thrown. That one lands.
Great catch.
Eric Tier able to catch that foot, get a little bit of momentum, but Javier Beltran punches out of it.
You can see some of that Muay Thai, right? Catching kicks. Powerful kick right there from Tier. That's actually pretty impressive.
Throwing him with a little extra sauce is Eric Tier. Beltran punishes over the top.
Yeah, he needs to be careful throwing cold kicks.
Tier looks to be hurt, battered down, seems to be closing in.
You know, Tier actually did the right thing there. He just kind of shelled up and defended himself and then came back with the counter. I've heard that Beltran can wrestle a little bit too, though.
Haven't seen a whole lot of it. Eric Tier brought down. Lots of oohs and ahs from the Idaho faithful as Beltran perfectly makes his way to the mount.
That was a great transition to the mount. You know, Tier was kind of reaching out kind of like this, and, you know, you can get some crazy shoulder locks and some other cool things, but, yeah, he did a great job of maintaining that position.
Tier moving a lot from the bottom, but dealing with Beltran's grappling at the moment.
There's some big breaths from Tier. Has it locked in now, Beltran does. Throwing some punches.
Tier been submitted 3 times in his career, all submission losses handed by rear naked choke, but Beltran punishing with punches at the moment.
Yeah, this is not good for Tier. He needs to kick those legs, get his turn the face on so he can at least try to defend himself. But Beltran's doing a great job of keeping those leg rides in.
Active hips by the full force and top dog boxing fighter.
Looks like something's coming out.
A little bit of blood coming out of the nose, it looked like.
I think that was blood. I think that was something else.
Not sure
like
what
snot.
it was. Looks red, though.
Oh. That was gross.
2:20 to go, round 1. Beltran dealing with Eric Tier with back control.
You know, yeah, obviously Tier's kind of on the receiving end of some damage right now, but it's honestly impressive to see someone 0-8 still fighting, still grinding. Like, nobody can say this kid ain't tough.
Staying alive and getting it back to the feet. Tier tallies on another one. Enters in on another takedown is Beltran.
Yeah, beautiful timing from Javier. He kind of could feel that Tier was going for that big swing, slipped and shot in.
Beltran trying to get underneath again. Tier punches out.
It's shocking to me how much Tier is reaching back. I would hope that Beltran can kind of use that for a submission or a dominant position, but he's actually been able to get out a few times from there. Beautiful deep shots.
Beltran with a big shot as Tier falls down into primarily a takedown, but Beltran finds the reversal.
Yeah, there's some really good scrambling and jiu-jitsu going on right now from Beltran.
4 minutes of action in as Beltran not putting away Eric Tier just yet.
No, Eric Tier's a dog, man. He's fighting back. Oh, that kind of rocked him, though.
Down is Tier as Beltran continues to dominate and detonates in the pro debut. Welcome back to MMA, Javier Beltran.
It was interesting watching him, kind of go from the grappling to the striking, back to the grappling, and then finish with the striking. It just goes to show that he is a very well-rounded fighter and kind of ready for whatever.
When you look at what Javier Beltran was able to do as an amateur, and you look at what the eye test has been for Eric Tier in terms of the record, pretty unbelievable for him to survive as long as he did and also bring the fight to the Idaho fighter.
Yeah, let's kind of watch this replay real quick. As we're watching, just look at how crisp all of his strikes are. They're straight strikes, and then he kind of flurries for the finish right there after the knee. Beautiful performance from Javier. But to answer your question, I think what's interesting is, like, you could never disrespect someone who goes in there and fights. 0-9, like, who cares? That dude is tough, and I really respect Tier for putting it on the line and going against a debuter. He's really given him an opportunity to fight too.
Unbelievable showing by Eric Tier. Javier Beltran about to get his hand raised. We'll go to Jackson Hubs.
Fierce fans, referee Tyler Tomlinson has called a stop to this contest at 4 minutes, 9 seconds of the very first round, declaring the winner by TKO, Javier, the Wild Boy, Beltran.
Javier Beltran, how's it feel to be back, my man?
Oh, it feels amazing. It's been like 2 years since I fought. I just want to get my feet wet again. That was a good way to kick off a pro debut.
What did you make of Eric Tier and that complete performance? It was a little back and forth at times.
Yeah, he's a dog. He's quick. He was fun to bang with. It was fun. It was a good fight.
We got the finish up here. I'd love for you to break it down for us a little bit. If you could just talk us through that finishing sequence.
Well, I don't even know. I just let my hands go. That's just me doing my thing right there. That's what we do. That's how we do it. Come in and bang. That shit was fun.
1-0 right now. What's the plan for you? Are you going to get active again?
We're going to celebrate tonight, and we're going to be back at it tomorrow. And then we'll see from there.
Can't wait to see him again, ladies and gentlemen. Javier Beltran.
Hey, J&L Electric, Elite Voltage, Guadalajara, Fade Mob, shout out to my boy David Pike, Draco and Lucky. Thank you guys for taking care of me and looking after me always. And to my team and my coaches, I love you guys. Thank you for everything.
Javier Beltran, ladies and gentlemen.
Back with another big show at our home, away from home, live from the Mountain America Center in Idaho Falls. This is Fierce Fighting Championship.
Oh, I'm so excited to be in Idaho Falls. This dude will stand up and throw with the best of them.
Seeking a strike in the win column, enter Luis Cortez.
Yeah, this is it. This is what it's all about tonight.
Put your hands together and make some noise!
Scan the QR code on your screen for access to Fierce FC's digital program. Get the inside scoop on every fighter making the walk for the rest of the evening, as well as additional information on future shows. Javier Beltran finds the win column in the pro debut. Beautiful performance by him. Eric Tier, high regards for him as well. 13 fights down, David. 2 still to go. We kick it back to the heavyweights.
Do you have more caffeine somewhere? No, this has been a wonderful night. Just so many high-level people fighting.
You running on fumes at the moment?
No, sir.
Doing all right?
Yes, sir.
I guess we'll keep things going. We'll kick it back inside. Jackson Hoops.
We have entered the land of the heavyweights. Our co-main event of the evening is sponsored by Whole Shot Plumbing. They provide the help you need to find complete plumbing solutions for any plumbing issues you may have. Don't get punched in the face with high prices. Call Whole Shot Plumbing. Fierce fans, make some noise and welcome Ruben Roundstone and then Luis Cortez to the cage.
Always electric and always answering the call regardless of opponent. Back for another is Ruben Roundstone. David, less than ideal circumstances last time we saw him. Interested to see a newly minted game plan versus another credentialed heavyweight.
I love Ruben Roundstone. This is probably one of the best walkouts in Fierce Fighting Championship. You know, he just embodies what it means to be a part of the indigenous community of our country, and he does an amazing job of fighting too.
Ruben Roundstone seemed as though the game plan versus Kent Mafileo was to let him empty the gas tank. Interested to see if he copies and pastes that scheme coming into this one.
Yeah, I think if he wants to win tonight, he's definitely going to have to pivot. But we've seen those skills before. Submission threats, jiu-jitsu, ace, honestly. He's so impressive when he can get things to the ground.
5-6, the professional record. 4 of those wins, 80%, come by submission. Ruben Roundstone, a sensational talent when it comes to the Montana scene. And I'll also talk about this, the storyline that so many have subscribed to. Luis, probably Idaho's heavyweight. As for Ruben, he is Montana's heavyweight in so many ways.
Oh, 100%. And you'll kind of see that he's fighting out of Utah. Unfortunately, has to be there for his daughter, which we support him fully. But he is just such an inspiration. You guys will have to check out the video of him talking about kind of his upbringing and his addictions and, you know, demons. And he's just so inspirational. I'm grateful to be here tonight.
Ruben Roundstone turns 30 tomorrow. A great gift would be jumping back into the win column. Well, he was a whole different beast back in November. Once again at home base is Luis Cortez. David pulled some grappling out of his back pocket and served him well with a long overdue win late last year.
Oh yeah, last November when he fought here, he was definitely a crowd favorite, and it sounds like he is tonight as well. He is definitely one of Idaho's favorite fighters. So we're super blessed, super lucky to have him here tonight.
Cortez went 2 for 2 on thumping double legs, a game changer for him versus Dalviante Jones.
Yeah, normally we see him striking, but he turned up on the grappling, the wrestling, and it really helped him. So I'm interested to see his top game versus Ruben's ground game tonight.
Luis Cortez typically game plans to be first out of the gates with his offense. If he does that, can he catch Ruben?
I definitely think he can. We kind of saw that with Kent Mafaleo a few months ago, so there's definitely a possibility. If he did his film study, he might have kind of seen some of those things that he could expound on.
Luis Cortez, a 16-fight veteran from 2013 up until now, the number 3 heavyweight in the state of Idaho. He moved up one spot after that fast finish in November.
Oh, 100%. And I just love, bringing his culture into the cage now. This is like a very exciting matchup. You can hear the beautiful music playing. This is just really fun to watch.
Got a lot to look forward to with this one. Luis Cortez, 9 years older than his dance partner, 2 inches in height, sides with Roundstone. 531.5 combined between the two in there right now. A couple of veterans to this game as well. Cortez is 6-10. Roundstone enters at 5-6. And with that, a hot microphone primed to go. Let's send it back to Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, we've entered the land of the heavyweights. The co-main event is sponsored by Whole Shot Plumbing. This fight is a professional heavyweight bout scheduled for 3 5-minute rounds, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Dave Selyusted. Introducing the first fighter, fighting out of the blue corner, holding a professional record of 5 wins and 6 losses. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall and weighing in at 265 1/2 pounds. Fighting out of Fight City, SLC, and Crazy Dog Jiu-Jitsu. Representing the Northern Cheyenne Nation. Hailing from Salt Lake City, Utah. Fierce fans, make some noise for Ruben Bam Roundstone. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding a professional record of 6 wins and 10 losses. He stands 6 feet tall and weighing in at 266 pounds. Fighting out of Guerrilla Unit MMA, hailing from Idaho Falls, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Luis, the Mexican Hulk Cortez.
Scoping a second straight is Luis Cortez in the red gloves, Ruben Roundstone, the obstacle, in the blue gloves. This heavyweight bout is brought to you by Whole Shot Plumbing, servicing water heaters, sewer lines, and backed by secure warranties. Whole Shot Plumbing, an official sponsor of Fierce FC. David, 531.5 pounds in that cage tonight, half a pound away from the heaviest you can be in the heavyweight limit.
Oh, wow. Quick start, too. It's a lot of weight moving around.
Cortez with the fast start as forecasted.
I don't even see what happened there.
Looks like he lost his balance. Cortez taking advantage of it.
Now, Cortez is dominant on top. There's a reason he fights with the Guerrilla team, right? But Ruben's no slouch on the ground, and he can pull some things out of his hat. He's going for a Kimura right here, though. Fairly telegraphed, and looks like Luis is kind of defending it well at this point.
It triggers so many great transitions for him as a professional. We saw it versus Zeke Latu last year, one of the bigger wins he's had as a professional, but Luis Cortez breaking down the ribs right now.
You know, Ruben is sometimes almost immune to the strikes. It doesn't always go his way that way, but he's kind of okay taking some to get some, advantages later down the road.
Extremely durable is the heavyweight out of Salt Lake City as well as Montana. Again, talked a little bit about that during the walkout. Been in Utah for the past few months taking care of his child. Luis Cortez settling into this top position. Roundstone not going away without this jiu-jitsu transition.
And Cortez is just doing a phenomenal job. He's using that left arm to really crank and pull in tight, using that right arm to throw strikes. Great half guard game, but Ruben Roundstone has a lockdown. You can kind of see how he's figure 4 in the legs, weaving it through. You can see the toes sticking out on the screen, but he's not really using it for any sort of submission threat or sweep.
Lots of leverage for Cortez. He now eyes a limb.
Yeah, normally that lockdown's great when you want to keep someone there and not let them pass, right? Or you're going for a certain submission. I don't necessarily know if it's the best situation or best thing for him to do right now, but we'll see.
Is Cortez winding up with those right now, David? He's got to be feeling them.
Yeah, Cortez is nasty on top. It reminds me actually of who we just watched with Mark, man. Just bad intentions on top.
Roundstone hasn't seemed to be phased despite the 266 frame of Luis Cortez. Cuts down to make weight. Showing it off right now.
Yeah, that's so much weight in that cage. Hopefully we reinforced it.
Should be. Lots of support for Luis, obviously. The local here out of Idaho Falls. Trains here in the city. Been representing this state for north of 12 years at this point.
Yeah, he's definitely a fan favorite, and his team is they're pretty pronounced in the state as well. They have a lot of fighters who fight and do a great job.
About 3 minutes passed here in the first frame. Cortez been on top for the majority of it. Ruben Roundstone been trying to make some transitions.
Yeah, he's trying to hit that Kimura from half guard, and he's locking it in right now. We'll see if he can use it.
Roundstone searching for it. Cortez did wince a bit. Only been submitted once in his professional career, February of 2023.
I'm interested to see which way he's going to go. He's going to try to rock forward so he can create the space to rock back. He just lost it, and as the fight goes on and people get sweaty, it's bound to happen, but he's locking it up again. We'll see if he can hit his kind of signature submission. Typically when I hit a Kimura, I like to actually pull the arm into my chest. It's interesting to see that he's almost kind of transitioning it into a straight arm lock as well, potentially. Maybe he's doing that to kind of create the space to sweep.
The Cortez punch draws a reaction and now opens up some spots to do some damage.
Yeah, this is not looking pretty for Roundstone. Cortez just being dominant on top. You can see the breathing from Roundstone. I mean, yeah, 250, 60 pounds on top of you is no joke.
And you got to wonder which one will have a more primed gas tank if we do go to a second round. Cortez hasn't seen one since February of 2016.
That's almost 10 years.
How much energy expenditure, though, has there been from Luis being on top and more so just punishing like we see right now?
So he's using obviously more of a kind of a cardiovascular system, right? Like the aerobic energy, right? A lot of punches, a lot of strikes. It doesn't look like he's squeezing too much, so he's probably going to be okay.
Big time round for Luis Cortez, the local here, as the crowd on their feet for their guy.
Yeah, just watching Cortez go back to his corner. Obviously, he's broken a sweat now, but he's looking pretty good.
Go ahead.
Not breathing too heavy or anything,
We always see him as such a fast starter. Pretty much mirrors the same every single time in his approach. We saw it work versus Daviante Jones. It worked in that first round. Can it for another 5 minutes?
Yeah, I think that sometimes you're often used to what happens in the past, right? You build patterns in your mind, and if you've been in the first round only for a decade almost, I wonder psychologically what this means for Cortez. Like, is he freaking out right now because he didn't think he was going to get to the second round? Who knows, but my guess is that he's probably prepared.
Breathing deeply right now. Uncharted territory for him. As for Roundstone, a couple of first-round exits, but hasn't been nearly as long since he's had to grind one out.
I mean, Roundstone came back against Zeke, and that was a crazy comeback. Crazy comeback, so you just can never count him out.
Beautiful spinning back kick, but Cortez able to counter back with his own.
Cortez just throwing now.
Covered up is Roundstone, a high guard, keeping it strict. Emptying the gas tank right now. Cortez slowing down.
And this reminds me a lot of what happened with Kent Mafaleo, except Kent Mafaleo finished the fight from there. Ruben's now laughing at him. That might have been a part of his plan.
Cortez completely backed out of that, now breathing quite heavily. Lots of strikes thrown. Ruben Roundstone stayed in this one, being able to just keep that guard up.
Yeah, obviously we saw that last fight, and it did not go his way when he shelled up like that. But in this case, yeah, we kind of saw Cortez slow down a bit. I'm actually shocked. It worked.
The question is, though, is Luis now winning this round?
Oh, for sure.
Given that he did that. And if he won round one, will Ruben need a finish if we go to a third and final?
Well, he's definitely winning the round because he's the one that did the strikes and the damage. But what Ruben needs to do now is he needs to actually take advantage of the fact that he made him tired. He's letting him off. Right now, if I was Ruben's corner, I'd be freaking out. I'd be yelling at him, screaming at him to, do something with it.
Letting him get his wits back. Luis Cortez, his breathing has slowed down, but neither thrown a punch for quite some time.
Yeah, so, I mean, that was awesome to see and, pretty impressive. But, yeah, I kind of let him recover. This fight has really slowed down, actually.
Top of round two started so hot.
Yeah.
A little bit of showmanship from the Fight City heavyweight.
And he just faked a Superman punch. That was pretty impressive.
Cortez now closes the distance.
A few fights now, I've noticed that Ruben, he kind of is okay being on the cage. I would be a little uncomfortable, Cortez just being such a powerful force. Heavy knees, heavy hands. I'd be trying to get off that cage if I were him. And with that being said, though, I think that is one of the things that makes Ruben such a unique fighter is he's very unpredictable,
Always has been. We've seen a lot of them over the years in different shades. Dave Seljested separates the two, gets it back to the center.
I think in this situation, that was probably the right thing to do.
More so just going back and forth with knees, nothing really cleanly attacking for either side.
But you could see Cortez taking some big breaths. Now, obviously, he's throwing big strikes, but he is breathing now. Who knows, maybe there is some method to the madness.
Cortez jumps in again and pounces. It's in quick spurts now, David, not elongating it by any means.
Yeah, I think that he's kind of conserving that energy. He blitzes hard and then kind of goes back.
Each fighter searching for a shot. About 65 seconds to go, round two. Big clapping shot to the body lands, gets the whole Idaho Falls crowd jumping out of their seat.
I actually love that from Cortez because the past few times he blitzed, he whipped for strikes, and Ruben pulled out pretty hard, and so he read that and was able to throw the kick at a further range. Good read from a veteran.
You see the experience on both guys too, David. Both been very, very methodical in there in terms of their game plans as Cortez hits the center once again.
Yeah, very different game plans, but yes, both of these guys have the cage experience. They've been in there with some of the biggest and baddest dudes on the planet. So it's interesting to see them kind of clash in a strategic manner.
Stellar head movement by Cortez, gets out of the way of the attack of Roundstone. Waning seconds here, round two, as Cortez sends one more down before another good second round.
Yeah, I think Cortez definitely was the more active fighter during that round. I think that for Ruben to win this, I don't know exactly what his game plan is. I'm sure he has one, but I'd really be looking for some strikes, getting a flurry, going for the submission.
We got to look at the top of that round in what was a wild start. Luis Cortez emptied so much. Didn't see a lot of offense after this.
Went for the back kick, got countered though, and Cortez just went off on him. But you'll kind of watch him right now. He starts to slow down. Ruben's shelling up, throwing strategic punches, knees, and you can see him kind of slow down. You can think of somebody on an assault bike. That's kind of what it looked like.
I didn't get the exact count, but it was about 50 strikes in which he landed, but Ruben just completely mitigating anything that Cortez had to offer in that.
Yeah, the MMA stat wizards are probably freaking out right now.
You mean me? Third and final round in this co-main event, Luis Cortez, Ruben Roundstone. Cortez goes inside again, closes that distance well.
Yeah, he's quick.
Always leads it with those punches.
And this is what you want to see from Ruben Roundstone. He needs to be the one aggressing and pushing the pace on Luis, because you can kind of tell Luis is breathing a little bit.
And Dave, we haven't been able to talk about it, but Luis Cortez up 2 rounds to none, would you say?
If I were a judge, I'd probably go that route. You know, kind of just the feel of the fight. He's overall been more active, but this is kind of one thing that we've seen from Ruben is he pulls off some shenanigans in that cage. He might be getting beat up and concussed and hurt. Oh, that was a deep shot to the groin.
Big one downstairs below the belt. Cortez down to his knees. Ruben heads over to the corner. No lobbying on his side. We've got it queued up. David, let's see if we can get a good look.
I'm in pain right now from watching that. Right up the middle.
I don't recall you having one of those in your career in competition, but have you had one in the room or anything like that?
Oh, yeah. At our room, we actually had someone who got seriously injured because they weren't wearing a cup, and so ever since then, it's been mandatory on our team. But yes, I've been hit, unfortunately, below the belt, and it is not a fun experience.
What does that do to you when you've already been expending so much energy?
Obviously, you get pretty nauseous, right? I think that's the thing that people... Obviously, it hurts, right? But the nausea, for me, is kind of actually what makes it really difficult, because you're kind of uneasy, and that's why they're giving them time, right? Because you get hit often and bad things happen, but the nausea part of it, it just kind of makes it difficult to kind of get back into your groove, you know?
Cortez will have 5 minutes. Seems as though he's good to go. Dave Selystead gives a quick warning to Ruben Roundstone. Didn't seem to be intentional by any means, but we play on here. 4 minutes to go, round 3.
And different veterans of the game, they kind of do different things, right? If Cortez was maybe down or maybe the one getting super duper tired, he might have taken a little bit longer, but props to him for kind of getting back in there and pushing the pace on Ruben Roundstone.
Cortez immediately attacks the body. Nice shot lands for him once again.
He's been dangerous with those body kicks.
Big time shot lands for Ruben Roundstone, one of the more potent ones of this fight so far.
Ruben almost has kind of hit a second wind. Multiple shots, power punches. He's looking pretty good.
Cortez able to stay upright, but Ruben trying to bring this one back down to his world.
Yeah, he's going to have a hard time with Cortez with that spread karate stance on the cage. It's really hard to get those legs together. He needs to pull them off using a single leg or a body lock.
Cortez doing a good job right now up against the cage as Roundstone applies the pressure.
And Roundstone is doing a phenomenal job of using his leverage. He has that body lock, but he has the head right underneath the chin. Super difficult position for Cortez. Cortez needs to kind of pummel, bring his arms in and frame to kind of get away.
A couple of nice peppered shots landed for Roundstone. Cortez now heightening up that guard, trying to make sure nothing else gets clear through.
No, Ruben's second wind Roundstone over here. Looking sharp, beautiful knees to the body. Kind of some payback for those kicks.
Nice work by him. 2:20 to work. As it seems as though time might be running out for the Fight City heavyweight.
That's going to be the problem for Ruben. Obviously, this clinch is a great place to be, but you know you're going to be going for a finish, right? KO or submission.
Dave Selystead brings this one back up to the standing exchanges.
I know Ruben's looking a little winded, though he is kind of light on his feet. Good jab.
Slow and steady, but not much urgency from Roundstone.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is going to be kind of a testament to how much he wants it right now, how much his body wants it, right?
Massive shots traded back and forth. Ruben Roundstone started it. Cortez followed up nicely.
That was a great counter. You know, Ruben just went for it, which is what he should be doing, right? He needs to win this fight, but Cortez was able to counter beautifully. I think Ruben's he's a little bit too far away. He's not in range to really do any significant strikes. He kind of needs to be in that nasty range. I know it's tough. I'm not a heavyweight, so I don't know how it feels to get hit, but we got to win this fight if I'm Roundstone.
Cortez pushes him back with another shot. Roundstone still selective in his output.
Powerful kicks from Roundstone, or from Cortez, my apologies.
.25 seconds to go. Luis Cortez trying to pocket another win here at the Mountain America Center.
Cortez just has a beautiful blitz. He's done it all night long. Really impressive.
Final seconds as we will go to the scorecards. Luis Cortez closes it out with a little bit more offense. And David, if he were to get this win, it would be his first back-to-back since August of 2017. And when speaking as well about Cortez, only been to the decision one time. It was back in 2013 in his pro debut. Sensational work by him as Ruben Roundstone looks to potentially get his hand raised as well. Seems to be leaning more towards the Idaho fighter.
Yeah, I think tonight probably went to Cortez, but you never know. And Ruben had some really great moments in that fight. Specifically going for that back kick was pretty sweet. But Cortez, I think he was the more consistent fighter, constantly putting pressure, constantly blitzing in and out, conserving his energy. He kind of managed the fight the best.
Soaked in sweat, more work than he's had in a very long time. Ruben Roundstone, we see him taking off the gloves. Got to wonder what that might mean.
He's a bit emotional too.
Taking him off as the judges' scorecards continue to pile in. Good shot at Dave Selystead. Done a great job all night. But Luis Cortez getting it done through 15 minutes. Still got to see what the judges have to say, but he thinks he's done it. So do so many here.
Yeah, just an excellent performance from Cortez, and it must feel amazing to win in front of your home crowd. You're the co-main event. This must be honestly inspirational for not just his friends and family, but other people watching tonight.
And not only that, David, but he had lost 6 straight before getting on this little win streak for himself. Got to feel good.
Never give up.
All right, back in to make it official. We got Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, after 3 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. The judges score this contest 30-27, 30-26, and 30-26, declaring the winner by unanimous decision, Luis, the Mexican Hawk, Cortez.
Luis Cortez, congratulations. Your first time going back-to-back with victories in a little bit of time. How you feeling right now?
Feel great. Ready to eat.
What did you make of Ruben Roundstone, and how did you feel in there tonight going a full 15? You haven't done that in 12 years.
I knew he was going to be tough. Hats off to him. Nothing but respect for him. I knew it was going to be a hard match. I wasn't going to knock him out. He's got a big head like I do.
Luis, what do you want for the future? You've been in this game for so long. The Idaho crowd loves you so much. What's the future hold?
Title shot.
We look forward to it. Ladies and gentlemen, back-to-back wins, Luis Cortez.
Man, I love watching Camp Montpellier play.
Pack the house with his fans here. Julian's as tough as they come. He's always looking for the next toughest challenge out there.
This is where you do not want to be with Camp Montpellier.
Teague Vigil! Nico Broswell, crumbling combination thrown.
These last few fights have just been impressive.
I got a temple now, baby.
Scan the QR code to download the Right Move Utah app. Once downloaded, you will automatically be entered to win a VIP experience at FFC 40 on April 11th. 5 guests will receive dinner, Fierce FC swag, signed posters, and other prizes courtesy of Right Move Utah. 14 down, 1 still remains. Been a long night, David, but it has been good.
It's been a long night. Obviously, so many fights, but this is the fight that I think everybody wants to see. These are two of the top pro fighters in the country right now that aren't in a major promotion, duking it out for the heavyweight championship of Fierce Fighting Championship.
So much stacked for both for the professional heavyweight title. We won't make you wait any longer. Here's hopes.
Fierce fans, we're still in the land of the heavyweights, and our main event and final title fight of the evening is sponsored by Che Brazilian Grill. They are a traditional gaucho grill where you get to indulge in their fresh salads, hot side dishes, authentic desserts, and fresh carved meat provided by their gauchos. For an unmatched experience tailored to your preferences, visit Che Brazilian Grill. Fierce fans, make some noise for our final 2 fighters. The challenger, Jordan Curry, and then the champion, Jared Vanderaa.
Six straight and a 7th could catapult him to another level. Enter Jordan Curry, David, a veteran of this game with one of the hottest win streaks in the entire country.
You know, obviously, your MMA journey can be super long, but really, people look at your last several fights, and this dude has been on fire the past few years.
2,781 days since he has been beat in an MMA rule set. He was 7-7 at one point, has not looked back since 2017, and the record has stayed unscathed.
And it looks like he brought a belt or 2 with him.
Back-to-back wins alongside UFC veterans. Back-to-back fights, I apologize. Last time out versus Anthony Hamilton in the 2nd round with a rear naked choke. Now looks across the cage against another formidable foe in Jared Vanderaa.
And it's so important for these regional guys. If they want to break out, they need to beat someone who's been on the big show. And they need to prove themselves so that a Hunter Campbell, a Dana White, a Sean Shelby kind of knows their name.
Both of these guys cut from the same cloth. Jared Vanderaa, 6 submission wins. Jordan Curry has 11. 7 of them have come by guillotine.
That's pretty impressive. He must be kind of like a Dustin Poirier type, right? Always don't be silly and hit the gilly, you know?
Still a jiu-jitsu brown belt. We'll see if a black belt might be surfacing if he can get a big win tonight. We'll have to see how things play for Trevor Prangley's top heavyweight. He has been a man on a mission. Now back to defend is Jared Vanderaa. David, he's been plucking off contenders consistently with all eyes pointing towards a return to the big show.
No, he's been crazy impressive. Some of the most impressive wins I think I've ever seen in fierce fighting. And honestly, it's quite the ride, right? You make it to the UFC, you're where you want to be, and you fall short. That journey back is really what defines a man.
Talking about the championship setting we're in, he's won 5 consecutive title bouts in various promotions. Looks to defend that fierce strap for the second time tonight.
Yeah, he really needs to prove tonight that, Hunter Campbell, Sean Shelby, hey, I'm here, I'm winning, nobody else can beat me and nobody else wants to fight me. Sign me up right now.
It's an enticing matchup. Got his hands full for this one. Curry with more wins than any of Vandeera's previous opponents since exiting the UFC.
No, I think this is the perfect matchup to prove him.
All comes down to this one. Final tail of the tape, powered by R&R Barbecue. Curry, the older man at 35 years of age, the 3-inch height advantage sides with the UFC veteran. Also the heavier of the two at 245.5 pounds. 17-11 for the champion, 13-7 for the challenger. With that, back in to set the table, we'll kick it inside to Jackson Hopes.
Fierce fans, we're still in the land of the heavyweights, and this is your main event. This fight is sponsored by Che Brazilian Grill, and when the fight begins, the referee in charge will be Tyler Tomlinson. This fight is scheduled for 5-minute rounds for the Fierce Fighting Championship Professional Heavyweight title. Now, one more time, I need everybody tuning into the pay-per-view and everybody here inside the Mountain America Center, from the upper suites to the arena seats, all the way down to cage side. Put your hands together and make some noise! Introducing the challenger, fighting out of the blue corner, holding a professional record of 13 wins and 7 losses. He stands 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing at 239.5 pounds. Fighting out of Trevor Pringles, aka hailing from Hayden, Idaho. Fierce fans, make some noise for Jordan Curry. And introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, holding a professional record of 17 wins and 11 losses. He stands 6 feet 4 inches tall and weighed in at 245.5 pounds. Fighting out of Kings MMA, Team Quest Athletic Center, hailing from Hemet, California. Fierce fans, make some noise for the reigning, defending, undisputed heavyweight champion, Jared Vanderaa.
All right, went over the rules in the back, okay? Watch the back of the head. Pro fight, pro rules. Listen, obey to my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times, or I will stop the fight. You guys have any questions? Touch gloves if you want.
Seeped with tension, heavyweight gold on the other side of this one. Red gloves for the incumbent, Jared Vanderaa. Jordan Curry looks to add to the collection in the blue gloves. This heavyweight title bout is brought to you by Che Brazilian Grill, a delicious Brazilian grill presenting rustic flavors with an unlimited menu. Che Brazilian Grill, an official sponsor of Fierce FC.
Both these guys look stoic in there.
10 consecutive wins combined between the two. Vandeera's won 4, Curry's won 6.
Curry landed a powerful right hand. Definitely caught Vandeera's attention, but he's been throwing some nasty kicks to return.
Popping out the jab well. On top of it, Vanderaa throwing a couple of leg kicks. Curry matches it.
Just the contrast between some of the other heavyweight fights we've watched tonight and this is completely different.
Vanderaa always had those blistering leg kicks in his back pocket. Can also grapple with the best of them, as we've seen over the years.
Yeah, he is a very powerful guy. Super tough.
Couple of nice knees up the middle as Vanderaa brings down the challenger.
That was a beautiful, almost like a Haraya Goshi or throw. Excellent judo throw from Bandera. Now going for the guillotine, one of his signature moves.
Bandera immediately jumps back up as Curry tried to move to a dominant position. Still leaning back and searching for it.
Curry's looking a little nervous, a little worried. But that's actually something he's really good at. He has a plethora of wins by submission due to guillotine.
11-4 when we talk about submission finishes for Jordan Curry. Hasn't lost by submission, however, since October of 2016.
Yeah, although he was definitely in trouble, he looked like he knew what he was doing, and that was such a beautiful throw. I guess we know Bandera likes to do some judo.
Back down with another bellowing toss, 2 for 2 in terms of matting the opposition for Jared Bandera.
Just the timing that Bandera has on those throws is crazy impressive. Against a prospect like Curry is unheard of, honestly.
Bandera been spending a lot of time training and competing in the jiu-jitsu landscape. Jordan Curry gets a takedown of his own.
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing kind of the array of grappling both from the bottom and the top, standing in on the ground. He has a tight Kimura grip, hooking the same side leg. Let's see if he can turn it into probably a closed guard, which he did. Got into the closed guard. Now he's got to rotate his hips towards his right. Try to get that arm behind Curry's back.
Shades of what we saw with Ruben Roundstone.
Correct, yeah.
In the last fight.
Heavyweights in their Kimuras, man.
I wonder why.
And the reversal right there was crazy impressive from Curry.
Jordan Curry trying to get under the chin. Jared Bandera fighting the gloves.
That's tight. Bringing his elbow back to the ground. Notice how he got his shoulders down, and that's really what killed the submission for Curry.
High IQ move by the champion, Jared Bandera.
Yeah,
a lot of people would have tapped to that, David.
Yeah, Bandera is no slouch on the ground, and he definitely kind of knows the positions. It's obviously super stressful when you have somebody on your back and they're choking you out, but when you understand the mechanics of the submission, when you're able to hit the submission yourself on people, sometimes you can get out and be safe.
Bandera's won 4 in a row, 5 of his last 6 since his UFC departure in October of 2022.
Yeah, both of these guys have been winning lately.
South of a minute to go, round 1. Curry on top.
If I was a judge, I would have no clue what was going on as far as the judging. This is a very, very close fight. Each person kind of has things that they're doing exceptionally well, and we have a tight Kimura right here. See if he can finish it or utilize it.
Trying to shift Curry and get him a little bit off balanced. Unable to do so, Curry stays stagnant on top.
Yeah, one of the issues with hitting the Kimura from bottom half guard is it's really difficult to transition it into anything else besides a sweep, and if the person's prepared for that, it's tough.
Interesting first round, like you said, David. Nearly impossible to pick between the two. Bandera slow to get up.
Yeah, he's looking a little lethargic. Adjusting his shorts, kind of waiting for his corner to come in.
Unsure of why that might be. Was there a big blow that we might have missed?
I don't know. I mean, obviously the grappling exchanges can be difficult, and having a heavyweight on you is not easy. But he looked pretty sharp up until the very, very end, where he's looking a little tired.
Got his weight on top of his coach, talking a little bit. Something might have happened that we didn't see.
But everybody kind of wears it differently. Like, I know that I look deathly tired every single round, and then I get in there and it's no issue.
In the corner of Jordan Curry, trying to take as much direction as he can in those short 60 seconds that they get.
And he has an excellent corner back there, so good coaching on both sides, honestly.
Top of round 2.
I think this is good that Jared's kind of coming in with his length. He's a little bit longer than his opponent, Curry. I think he should utilize that more.
Big shot over the top, lands for Curry, pumps out a jab as well.
That was mean. That was nasty. He's hitting it again. Let's see if he can hit it a few more times.
Starting to put him together is Jordan Curry.
Yeah, Curry should keep going to that well, honestly. He was kind of rocking Vandera with that overhand right. You know, oftentimes as a fighter, when you find something that's successful multiple times, that's really where you can compound on that and use it for different types of setups, different combinations. He could fake that overhand right and shoot a takedown or another shot just like that.
Big kick to the body landed for Vandera. Jordan Curry responded with a few of his own.
And I think if I were Vandera, I'd be trying to really recover from this position. He's super solid from the clinch, especially his pressure on the cage is just, it's difficult to deal with.
Both guys digging for double underhooks. Vandera looked to get the toss. Jordan Curry hits the reverse card.
You know, sometimes when you're playing that judo game and you're trying to go for sweeps and throws, depending on who has the leverage in the situation, you can get thrown on your own back, and I think that's kind of what happened there.
Curry looks like he might be trying to set up a Darce right up against Vandera's corner.
Yeah, he's using a short Darce, very similar to what like an Islam Makhachev uses, going on the forearm. That allows you to kind of pressure on the head, kind of get that turn of the chin, and really control your opponent versus a traditional Darce or Bravo choke.
Curry, such a jiu-jitsu ace. Right now, breaking down the foundation of Vandera.
Yeah, it looks like he's switched to a head and arm guillotine. This is getting tight, though. Vandera's having to fight out, switching back to the Darce. Curry's doing an excellent job. He's using his head to kind of keep the posture down of Vandera. Excellent.
An onslaught of submission attempts. Curry jumps over to the back, trying to pick up some more control time.
If I'm Vandera, I'm getting underhooks, inside control, maybe going back to that judo once you're off the cage.
No fighter at Fierce Fighting Championship has ever been able to defend their title twice as a professional. Many have had the opportunity. Hasn't happened yet in the 9-year history of this promotion. Jared Vandera could be the first, but Jordan Curry having a good round.
No, this is a very good matchup, and I think this is exactly what both of these fighters need to make it to the next level. They need to be able to prove to these bigger promotions that they're game.
Beautiful takedown lands for Vandera.
Powerful
Curry
shot.
Melted down to the canvas.
Oh, these are nasty. Holy smokes, these are brutal shots.
Vandera really piling it on here. Plenty of time to work. 93 seconds to go, round 2.
You know, Vandera, he doesn't seem like the craziest athlete, but the thing that he has is he has so much power in those heavy hands. His ground and pound is just ridiculous.
Jordan Curry, not a whole lot of offense garnered. Really letting a lot slide through.
And Vandera is just transitioning from position to position. Might have been a shot to the back of the head, but not seeing the referee say much.
Curry still trying to defend to some extent, but is letting a lot
Vandera's
through.
Doing a great job. He's posting on the head, keeping him down, making this a really grimy, grueling fight. Going for a crucifix position. Needs to extend that arm out and hook it. This is not where Curry wants to be. He needs to fight if he wants to escape.
Curry completely muted with 30 seconds to go, round 2. Transition successful as Vandera now attacks the legs.
Great inversion, but Vandera's, he's threatening some different things, maybe going for an ankle lock here, doing a knee slice pass. This is some, fundamental jiu-jitsu he's using to kind of get on top.
Thought he was going to pull back for that one.
Yeah, no, he kind of looked at it, but I think he felt the success earlier from being on top and went back to the well.
Tyler Tomlinson letting this one air out. We will go to a third round, but Jordan Curry seems exhausted.
That might have been a 10-8 round. I don't know. That was pretty dominant. It was back and forth for a long part, but, all of that ground and pound, and now Curry's being swung over to his side. Holy smokes, he looks pretty tired, fatigued.
First 5 minutes, Jared Vandera slow to get up. Minutes 5 through 10, we see Jordan Curry slow and gassed.
Yeah, this is going to come down to this round where each person, they've kind of gone to the well on different things. Curry found his overhand right, whereas Vandera was able to find the ground and pound, and Curry's looking a little fatigued. Vandera's looking a little more focused, even though he's still tired.
Just saw it moments ago over in the corner of Curry. His coach over at Trevor Prangley's in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, in his face.
Yeah, this is not looking good for Curry. He's looking pretty tired. Already leaning over before the round starts.
Probably telling him to push the pace.
But this is the effect that Vandera has on his opponents. He just makes it nasty. He's so taxing on his opponents with that ground and pound. But we'll see who can go to the well in this third round. I think it's the overhand right for Curry and ground and pound for Vandera.
That's where we saw the brunt of Curry's success earlier on in round 2. Second half of that, though, as Curry lands a massive one. Great analysis, David.
Wobbling him right there. Vandera is getting real timid now and going for the clinch.
And how about the chin on Jared Vandera, not to be dropped by that? It was as clean as can be.
Oh, he's tough, man. He's real tough, and he is just so difficult to get off. His smothering pressure is what people have nightmares about when they, go for a fight.
Right back to the grappling with plenty of time to work. Jared Vandera leading it right now.
He's putting the head in the middle because that puts a lot of pressure, going for the 10-finger choke, one of the more classic guillotines that you can hit from this position. Falling off of that, though, he's still just on top of him, using that well, going back to the ground and pound where he found success earlier.
Not a great spot to be in as Jared Vandera continues to load it up.
I think Curry's going to have to do something if he wants to escape. He needs to get back on his feet and throw those overhand rights. He can't afford to lose in this position right now.
Vandera throwing so much offense nonstop at the end of round 2 and the top of round 3. Over a minute and a half into this one, and it's been all Vandera.
And it's, that war of attrition. Vandera's not throwing crazy hard strikes, but every single strike is mean and nasty, and he has that choke locked up. He's even letting it go to throw those taxing strikes.
More and more of them with 3 minutes to work. Jared Vandera now puts him in an even more compromised spot, straight in the center of the cage.
Yeah, Jared Vandera is pretty content just staying here in half guard because Curry's just having the hardest time coming up. There's not much that Curry's going to be able to do if he can't, get those knee shields in, get those frames in, and get him off of them.
David, at any point over the past few minutes have you thought maybe this one needs to be called?
The end of the second round was pretty bad. The issue is that Vandera, he's doing a lot of work, but it's not enough to get the ref to stop. We'll see if he can get the choke right here, though.
Vandera searching for another submission. He has 6 out of his 17 professional wins.
And it's so hard in this third round where you're sweaty. Curry's holding on to that hand, so he has the single hand rear naked choke. And he's locking it in right now. This is kind of the end right here.
Curry will tap Jared Vandera on top. The heavyweight hitter list finds Jared Vandera high up.
That was a phenomenal performance. Through adversity, may I add. How many times was he wobbled during that fight and just came back, coming forward, took him down, and ground and pound?
A huge win for Jared Vanderaa, the first ever Fierce FC heavyweight to come away with a second title defense as a professional. Both fighters absolutely exhausted. Neither has gone back to their corner. Both still laid out on the canvas.
This should be a testament to how tough these guys are, though. They left it on the line. Both of them did. Very impressed.
Both so slow to get up. Jordan Curry had won 6 in a row coming into this. Again, it had been over 2,000 days since the last time that he had lost, 2017 to be more exact. But Jared Vanderaa, the man to stop the streak, as he continues to try to catch his breath.
Yeah, he looks pretty dang tired, but he should be really proud of himself right now. That was a gutsy performance for Curry. I feel for him. I know he's so close to being in the UFC or the PFL or one of these major promotions, but it's back to the drawing board. Hopefully a few wins from now he can find himself back in this position.
All right, prime to belt the winner. Jared Vanderaa successfully defends. Let's make it official with Jackson Hoops.
Fierce fans, referee Tyler Tomlinson has called a stop to this contest at 3 minutes, 13 seconds of the third round, declaring the winner by submission due to a rear naked choke and still undisputed heavyweight champion, Jared Vanderaa.
Jared, you get it done here tonight. Another title defense. I'll ask you one quick question. What do you want next?
I want to get back into the UFC, but fuck it, I'm free April 11th. Someone want a title, come take it.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Fierce FC heavyweight champion, Jared Vanderaa.
Heavyweight gold stays with Jared Vanderaa as we cruise into the Fierce FC 39 post-fight show presented by R&R Barbecue. Blake O'Rulian alongside David Kim. David, an incredible night of fights, some long drawn-out wars, some fast finishes as well. Your thought on the full 15?
I am just so impressed with every single person who laid it out on the line tonight. But we honestly saw kind of the creation of some true superstars in, Dalton did a great job, Sterling Rich, Jason Ergel, Javier looked phenomenal, Vanderaa might be making it back to the UFC. There were so many people on this card that just looked phenomenal, and they have very bright futures.
15 tonight. We got 14 more in 2 weeks as we turn this thing around for another massive card coming to the Masonic Temple on April 11th, headlined by the former heavyweight champion, Kent Mafileo.
That is going to be one of the craziest cards. There are so many good fights on that one. If you guys are in Salt Lake City or close by, come over to the Masonic Temple and check it out.
Alden Ashcraft versus Josiah Simpson.
Oh, man.
Julian Ruiz makes his return to Salt Lake. Nico Broswell versus Derek Jorgensen for the featherweight strap as well to start the main card. It's jam-packed.
Yes, us short keens are coming for you. So Nico Broswell's he's gonna be going at featherweight, which is crazy to me, but he's built for it.
Also, interestingly enough, 10 debuters featured as well. Going to be interesting to see so many crack the canvas for the first time.
Well, I mean, we just saw Brock Adams, who shows up and gets a 7-second knockout, right? These debuters are like basically pros from a decade ago, right? They're just so talented now.
Tickets on sale now at fiercefightingchampionship.com. For our technical director, Jordan Buscarini, our graphics coordinator, Ryan Piccolo, and all of us here at Fierce Fighting Championship and Pats Media. Final time tonight, he's David Kim. I'm Blake O'Rulian saying so long from Idaho Falls.